Well, the Government Relations, Ethics, and Transparency Committee meeting on June 2nd and June 16, 2026, please reconvene. It is 10:04 a.m. on June 18, 2026. I am your chair, Kauna Batungan. Members, in accordance with the Sunshine Law, please identify by name who, if anyone, is in the room, vehicle, or workspace with you today. Minors do not need to be identified. I believe Committee Vice Chair Nohelani Uuhajins will be joining us shortly. Councilmember Tom Cook.
Aloha. Good morning, Chair.
Morning. Councilmember Gabe Johnson.
Good morning, Chair, council members, committee members. There's no testifiers at the Lanai District's office, and I'm here and ready to work. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Chair Alice Lee.
Aloha, Chair. I'm home in my workspace alone, and my morning greeting is from Rapa Nui, I Orana, to everyone. Thank you.
Iorana. Thank you, Chair. Councilmember Tamara Paulton.
Aloha kakahiaka and I orana kakou. Streaming live and direct from the council chambers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I believe Councilmember Rollins Fernandez will be joining us shortly as well. Councilmember Shane Tenensi.
Aloha, Chair, and Iorana.
Aloha and Iorana. And then Councilmember Yukile Sugimura will also be joining us in a little bit as well. From Corporation Counsel, we have with us Deputy Corporation Counsel Colby and Deputy Corporation Counsel Gores. We will also have with us today the County Clerk, Deputy County Clerk, Budget Director, and Boards and Commissions Liaison. We also have with us our great committee staff. Good morning, everyone. Oh, and I see here we have Vice Chair Nohelani Uuhajins.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone.
Okay, so everybody please see the last page of the agenda for information regarding meeting connectivity. Members, this morning we will complete our deliberations on the 2 remaining proposed charter amendments that we did not take up on Tuesday. After that, we will move on to the items we previously deferred. There are a total of 6 deferred items, and we'll begin with Resolution 25-215, the proposed charter amendment on the notice and conduct of public hearings. Once we have gone through all outstanding items, we will review the total number of charter amendments approved. Right now, we have passed 3. Resolution 25-216, deadlines related to voter initiative, recall, and charter amendments. Resolution 2685, remove the English translation of the Hawaii State Model from the preamble. And Resolution 2695, allow reappointment of members of the Board of Ethics for 1 successive term. If the committee feels the final number is too high, we can discuss prioritizing the amendments and consider revisiting our earlier decisions. Member Paulton, you were seeking recognition?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to clarify that there is one of mine that had previously been passed and can't be reconsidered, and it has to do with how days are counted. So there's 4 right now that's scheduled to be on the ballot, and 1 cannot be reconsidered.
Yes, thank you, Member Paulton. I guess to clarify, that had been taken up at a previous meeting, so it's not part of this reconvened meeting. The only ones we can reconsider in this current meeting are the ones that have been posted on this agenda and that were passed on the 2nd and 16th. Thank you, Member Paulton. Okay, so before I move on, I'd like to recognize Councilmember Rollins Fernandez.
Aloha kakahiaka, Chair. Kalamai, Mokulele was delayed. And so I'm going to take this opportunity again to make the request that when we take up large agendas like these, that we know will take more than a 3-hour meeting, and I would like us to consider 2 consecutive full days or some version of that, like Member Paulton is planning to do with the South Maui Community Plan. Just, for us who don't live on Maui and for those that may have other plans and keiki at home. Mahalo, Chair.
Mahalo, Member Rollins Fernandez. And again, thank you for allowing us to utilize your regularly scheduled committee day so that we can have a full day's worth of deliberation.
You're very welcome, all of you.
All right, now.
Pass
let's
my bills. No, just kidding.
Let's return to Resolution 2688, entitled Proposing an Amendment to the Revised Charter of the County of Maui, 1983, as amended on the language of Section 9-9 Appropriations and Changes. Resolution 2688's purpose is to place on the next general election ballot the question of whether the revised charter of the County of Maui, 1983, as amended, should be amended effective January 2nd, 2027, to allow the mayor, with approval from the council, to pass an emergency appropriation for an application for a line of credit and clarify that the 1% limitation for emergency appropriations does not apply to funds that have already been allocated to an emergency fund. Let's start with opening comments from the requester. Is the budget director online?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Milner, would you like to provide opening remarks?
Aloha, Chair. Aloha, council members. Mahalo for your time this morning. Yes, I asked that this be considered because I think, as we've all realized in the last few years, as we've been considering these appropriations from the emergency fund, the 1% language is a little unclear. My understanding in my discussions with Corporation Counsel, those funds have already been appropriated to an emergency fund. So we're not appropriating new money. It's already there for our use. But the way it's currently written, we're still getting jammed up against that 1% allocation. So as we've seen with the recent Kona storms, we had to do an emergency appropriation at 1% and then come back in for an additional amendment to go through the full 2 readings to allocate additional funds that were necessary for that recovery, which just doesn't seem practical if we're trying to do a quick turnaround response. The other part of this is to get rid of language. There's some language around an emergency note. The Department of Finance and I did some research, and that seems to be something that exists in one municipality and nowhere else. So we felt it would be more practical to change that to a line of credit if we were ever in a circumstance where our emergency fund and our reserves weren't sufficient to meet an existing emergency. So that's the purpose of introducing this change to the charter, and I'm happy to be here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Director Milner. Before moving on to discussion, I'll receive testimony for grade 10-11. Staff, is there anybody signed up to testify on this item?
Thank you, Chair. There's currently no one signed up to testify.
Thank you.
May I initiate last?
Please.
Countdown? If anyone in the audience or on Teams would like to testify, please come up to the podium and begin your testimony, or use the raise your hand function on Teams and staff will unmute you. This is the final call to testify. 3, 2, 1. Chair, no one has indicated they wish to testify.
Thank you. Members, seeing as there are no individuals wishing to testify, without objection, I will close oral testimony for this item. As a reminder, written testimony will continue to be accepted. Members, I'll implement a 3-minute questioning period per member with a 1-minute follow-up if needed. Since this was requested by the administration, I will start on the end of the row and work my way down. I'll give deference to Chair Lee. Chair, did you have any questions or comments that you'd like to make on this this proposal?
The proposal seems reasonable, especially in an emergency, so I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Member Paulton.
I'm having technical difficulties with my device. Can you come back to me, please?
Sure. Member Johnson.
Well, I've been talking about it for a while, that we need to be ready for upcoming storms and climate change and the extreme weather we've been experiencing. So I don't have any questions. I support this if that's what helps get that money out, because I'm expecting more damage and more money to be coming in our future. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Johnson. Member Rollins Fernandez.
No questions.
Thank you, Member Rollins. I like how efficient we're being this morning. We might not need the entire day.
And maybe you can just say by a show of hands. That would
guess-
be more efficient.
And Member Cook, anything?
I have no problem with this. It makes sense.
Thank you. Member Hodgins.
I do just have one quick question. So for Budget Director, these are going to be like recognized emergencies by the governor, by the federal government, by us. What's going to qualify the emergency?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Vice Chair. Yes, we would proceed as we have currently with the emergencies. We would list, any emergency declarations that have triggered this.
Okay.
It wouldn't just be the mayor wants some extra money.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
I'd assume so, but just double, triple checking. Thank you.
I appreciate the clarification. Thank you,
That's
Chair.
all for me, Chair.
Thank you, Member Hodgins. Member Senenzi.
Supportive, Chair.
Thank you, Member Senenzi. I guess that comes to me then. Director Milner, can you explain the difference between a line of credit and an emergency note?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I can try. I'll be honest, what exactly an emergency note is wasn't entirely clear, which is one of the reasons we wanted to make this change. I think there's one jurisdiction on the East Coast that does it, and they haven't had to do it very often. So finding examples of how it works were very unclear. So it seemed switching it to something that actually we are familiar with and very clearly understand, a line of credit was the way to go. But I can find that documentation on the emergency notes and send it to you.
So have we ever utilized an emergency note?
I do not believe so, no.
Okay. So following the Kona Lows and the August 8th wildfires then, we didn't need additional credit. We only ever utilized funds within the existing emergency fund.
That's correct. And we also, may have other reserves that we're able to tap into if for some reason the emergency fund were exhausted. But I really hope we never have to do that.
As do I. Thank you, Director. No other questions from me. All right, members, Member Paulton.
I don't know why my computer doesn't want. Oh, it just connected to the internet. But one question I wanted to clarify on, because I haven't been able to access the internet and I didn't check when I looked at it. Is this one signed off by Corp Counsel?
Corporation Counsel.
Yeah, a deputy did sign off on this.
Oh, okay. So you guys don't have any problems?
No, no problems.
Okay, I'm ready.
Thank you, Member Paulton. Okay, so it didn't sound like we needed a second round of questioning, but just to make sure, I'd like to double check with the body. Are you guys ready to take action? Okay. So that being the case, I would like to entertain a motion to recommend passage on first reading of Resolution 2688, including any non-substantive revisions.
So moved.
Okay, so I saw Member Cook first, and then I'll take second, or Chair Lee as the second. Any further discussion on the matter? Seeing no discussion, all those in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Chair, that's 8 ayes, 0 noes. Member Sugimura excused. Motion passes.
Thank you, staff. Thank you, members. Okay. We now have before us Resolution 2689, entitled Proposing an Amendment to the Revised Charter of the County of Maui 1983 as amended to Section 910 on the transfer of appropriations. Resolution 26-89's purpose is to place on the next general election ballot the question of whether the revised charter of the County of Maui 1983 as amended should be amended effective January 2nd, 2027 to allow the mayor to transfer all or a portion of an unencumbered appropriation balance within the same department, subject to a reporting requirement and maximum amount to be established by the county council by ordinance. This was also transmitted to us from the budget director. So as the requester, Director Milner, would you please provide opening remarks?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so the inspiration for this, I guess, is Honolulu Section 2-17.2 in their revised ordinances that provides their council is able to set thresholds for transfers within a department that don't trigger a resolution. So let's say the council wanted to allow the mayor to transfer up to $50,000 within a department, and then we would submit either a monthly or a quarterly report that would also be set in the ordinance to the council on any transfers that happened. So it would be in the council's control what those thresholds were and what the reporting requirements are. But this would give us that flexibility so that every movement of funds doesn't have to come to you by resolution, if that's something you're comfortable with. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Budget Director. Before moving on to discussion, let's receive testimony on this item, grade 1012. Staff, is there anybody signed up to testify on this item?
Thank you, Chair. There's currently nobody signed up to testify.
Thank you. Can you please do a last call for oral testimony?
Yes. If there's anyone in the audience or on Teams that would like to testify, please come up to the podium and begin your testimony, or use the raise your hand function on Teams, and staff will unmute you. This is your final call to testify. 3, 2, 1. Chair, no one has indicated they wish to testify.
Thank you, staff. Members, seeing as there are no individuals wishing to testify without objection, I will now close oral testimony on this item. Thank you, members. As a reminder, written testimony will continue to be accepted. Okay, so since I misjudged how many questions were going to be asked for the first one, I will take by a show of hands. Is there a need to go down the line, or do you guys? Okay, so I see more this time, and we'll go down the line. I'll start again with Chair Lee and then work my way down this way. Chair Lee.
Thank you. Director Milner, can you tell us how many times you've come upon this situation where a transfer was necessary?
Thank you, Chair. I'll have to look, but I know at least in the last few months, we've done at least 2 resolutions for the Department of Public Works to move funds due to the fuel costs. So I don't know that it's something that happens super regularly, but I thought it might be nice to have the flexibility.
Yeah. I'm afraid I don't support this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director Milner. My first question is, if you were to propose a number, what would it be? Like of dollar amount, 50,000, 75,000, what would it be?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Paulton. The current Honolulu one is, it must be approved by resolution if it exceeds $100,000 or 10% of the amount appropriated for that activity in the operating budget, whichever is less. So that might be a good starting point for discussion.
Okay, and then the next question I have is, like, when the verbiage unencumbered, like when we approve the budget, all of these monies are like, we're not just giving like free money, there's a purpose for it. So can you define to me like what you're interpreting unencumbered as?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Paulton. Yes, unencumbered, the funds have been allocated, but have not, a contract hasn't been issued or a PO hasn't been issued, so they haven't been formally encumbered for that use yet. That's how we look at it.
So like vacancies in positions would be fair game, tires, tubes, and whatever, all of that would be fair game?
I think we need to have a discussion about that because Honolulu doesn't do, I don't think, the A-B split like we do. So, you know, if you still wanted us to come to you, if it was an A-B movement, we could do it that way. But if it's moving B to B, then maybe it would just be the report.
Yeah, I think I would like to hear if it's an A and then BC is one, right? Movement, but if it's BB, and then are you talking about like, so for example, environmental management has your solid waste, your wastewater, and your EP&S. And if we're for theoretically allowing BC movement to BC movement, would you take from like wastewater and give to solid waste or something like that? That's not what you had in mind.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Paulton. No, those are all funded by special funds, so that would not be possible. We would have to do an amendment to move it from one fund to the other, and that would not be as simple as just reallocating the funding. That would need an ordinance.
So like parks from West Maui to South Maui, something like that would be what you're talking about?
It would be more parks from one program to another, because West Maui and South Maui both fall under the same program. So if for some reason it needed to go from recreation and support services to administration or vice versa, things like that.
And Public Works one that you referenced in Charlie's question, what was those from? It was from, I think, vacancies A to fuel costs. So then that wouldn't, if we're saying we don't want A to B, C, that wouldn't even be covered. Do you have an example that would be covered in that scenario?
Yes, let me pull up my log, but I know we have had one recently where we moved from one program to another. I think actually the first Public Works resolution, it included an A-B movement, but it may also have included a B-B movement from program to program. I'll have to double check.
Okay, just as a follow-up, if you can consider if we don't make a timeline for doing that, maybe. Like, you know, if we don't do it within a month or something.
Thank you, Member Paulton. Member Johnson.
At this time, I don't have any questions. It seems like the number or the amount of money is going to be determined, and that's really where I think that my discussion would be. So right now, no questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Johnson. Member Rollins-Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. First, I want to thank you for getting a gauge of how many questions there are. I appreciate the responsiveness to your members, particularly this one. It can be quite difficult sometimes. So I support this. I think this is great. I think sometimes the charter has way too much detail in it. I see this as just removing like a prohibition or just, you know, like a requirement to do it this way, which removes, you know, power from the council. I see this, and then I'll ask for a correction if I understand this correctly, is this would enable transfer, but it would have to be prescribed before it can be done. So we would have to, so this is a two-step process as I understand it. We're removing the requirement by resolution for any amount. And then in order for the administration to do it a different way, the council would first have to set that framework up as, you know, we're discussing. So is that a correct understanding of this?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Rollins-Fernandez. Yes, and if the body, for example, when we first start out, doesn't want to allow any transfers, they can set that by ordinance. Without a resolution, they can set that by ordinance as well. It just allows the council the flexibility to determine how they want those transfers to proceed.
Right. Okay, so then the department could transfer within department, not to other departments, however the council determines. And if we wanted it to stay the same, that, you know, maybe some council members feel that it should stay the same, that by passing this, we could just keep it any amount by resolution. But we could consider something like Oahu with a threshold and other conditions, and then put that into the code. And then that's where the administration would follow the procedure.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Okay. And then I think like another example of unencumbered is, you know, sometimes we, as council members during budget will, you know, put funding for a priority that falls through. And I've had this happen to myself in my district. And, you know, like for whatever reason, it's not going to move forward. And so, you know, instead of just holding up that money, you know, it could be moved to somewhere else, such as with like the Boys and Girls Club that we did this fiscal year. in moving to help them to get the Molokai Boys and Girls Club open or repaired, the facility. Okay, I think that's everything unless you wanted to correct anything I said, Budget Director.
I'm good. Thank you, Chair.
Mahalo. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you, Member Rollins Fernandez. Member Cook.
I don't have any questions. I see the benefit of the flexibility and still the maintenance of oversight, so I'm okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Cook. Member Hodgins.
Thank you, Chair. I feel quite similarly. I think a bigger discussion will be needed when we talk about the amount. I think we saw this a little while ago too when police was in here and they were asking to transfer funds, but I think it was like from salaries to operations. Is that gonna be the same thing, or I don't know if Member Paulton was asking that, if I was eating, if it was like category to category or if it's like from all the different categories. Can you please explain that to me again?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Hodgins. Yes, I think that would be set by ordinance. So if the body wanted resolutions for A to B, C movements, that would be set in the code. But then, A to A or B to B, well, A to A we wouldn't be able to do because we'd have to move the EP, so that would be an ordinance. But B to B could be done without the resolution,
Okay.
if that's how the body wants to set it.
Okay. Yeah, I think for me, the bigger discussion would be the amount, because when we do our budget, we hear like, please don't cut us, please don't cut us, here's what we're doing, this is super, super important, and I get it, and we're trying to plan for the next 12 months, and life just lifes, and it doesn't always work out that way, so I get that. But I think I'll save a bunch of discussion when we have to do this by ordinance, when the next council has to do this by ordinance, and I probably would prefer to start off slow, but thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Member Senensi. Can you repeat that in the mic?
That was my question. It's been answered. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Senensi. I guess for myself, I'm more in line with Chair Lee on this particular one. When I was with the Department of Transportation, I did find it humbug to have to come before this body whenever we needed to make a budget amendment. And with the MPO, I similarly had to go before my board for everything. But I did understand the need for it. And now that I'm in this position, I feel even more strongly that the way that it's set up should remain. And that's because we have one chance to set the budget for the year. Any amendments that need to be made afterwards come from the administration. And so that is a level of control that I think already undermines our appropriation authority, and giving discretionary authority to move funds within a department further erodes that oversight from the council and from the public. I also don't like the incentive structure that it could create. I know that it would largely depend on the threshold that the council chooses to set via ordinance. But when we appropriate funds, it's not always for a specific project or program. Sometimes it's for a large bucket. And that could create an incentive to not move forward with council priorities in order to fund a project from the department or the administration that this body then initially didn't support. So I personally like the level of the way that the checks and balances are currently set up, and so would probably be voting in line with Chair Lee on this matter. But I do hear the comments from the members, and I think if I'm reading the room correctly, the the will of the body is to move forward with the proposal. That being the case, is there anybody who would like a second round of questions or comments? Member Paulton, staff, let's set the timer at 2 minutes for this round.
Thank you, Chair. So I guess I'm alone in I just want to know, I mean, I guess maybe it's not moving forward, I don't know, but I wanted to know like the parameters, like if those could be clearly laid out, like you said, you couldn't move it from enterprise fund or whatever to different categories. If the majority is in the Lee Batangan camp, I would propose a compromise where, like, you know, if we don't finish the action within a certain time and it's under a certain threshold, I don't want to hinder people because, you know, sometimes we're in budget or South Maui Community Plan or whatever, but we do meet for council twice a month, so it should be able to get done. And if it's resolution, is it just one reading? Is that correct?
That's correct, one reading.
Okay, I mean, I would be willing to further this along, and I would like to know, like, the parameters by which exactly I'm not supportive of A to B categories. And then, like you said, enterprise to other types of funds where ratepayers or whatever. But I think other than that, I'm okay with a 100,000 threshold, especially if the council doesn't act within a month, you know?
Thank you, Member Paulton. So for the second round, I'm going to go by show of hands. And the next one I see is Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Okay, so the way it's done now is within the department, A, B, or C account would have to be done by resolution. If this passes and we don't pass a bill to amend the code to prescribe the law that they would have to follow in order to do it a different way than by resolution every time, then the administration would still need to do it by resolution. We set the parameters. We tell the administration what the parameters are that they have to follow. And if we say not enterprise fund, not these things, you know, not B to A over a certain amount, or if it's, you know, over, between this or exceeds this amount, then we want to, you know, have a report sent to us. It doesn't have to be a resolution, but we have oversight. We have the like the quarterly reports that are public for the public to see. And as Member Uuhajan said, if this passes by the electorate, it just removes the inflexibility and gives us flexibility to put it into code how the council and the public would like it done. And so if we want it to remain the way it is by resolution, any amount, then we can put that into code and it would just stay that way. So no question, thanks.
Thank you, Member Rollins Fernandez. Chair Lee.
Thank you. I fail to see enough justification to pass this proposal. The council's, you know, this is one of our main authorities. Our roles is the power of the purse, and no one from the administration could ever complain that this council has ever held up any proposed amendment with regard to the budget, not with my knowledge. And so we have had so many different special council meetings and countless amendments. So all these changes to the budget is a signal to the administration that they have to be a little bit more disciplined in how they implement the budget. Because from the very beginning, we're always asking, as Councilmember Nohe Uuhajan's mentioned, we're always asking departments, what are your priorities? You know, tell us your priorities. And they don't ever tell us their priority because everything is important. But then we end up with a budget that's so flush with money that we have carry over the savings up the kazoo. So my inclination is not to help make it less disciplined. And I would like the departments and the mayor to be more focused on what they proposed from the very beginning and try to stay with that. So that's where I stand. So I will not vote in favor of this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Any other questions or comments for round two? Okay, that being the case, I think Chair Lee and I are in the minority on this one. And so I will entertain a motion to recommend passage on first reading of Resolution 2689, including any non-substantive revisions.
So moved.
Okay, so motion made by Member Rollins Fernandez, seconded by Member Cook. Any further discussion? Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. And if this charter amendment does pass, gets on the ballot and passes, and becomes, is amended this way, as I've done in the past, I don't have any rush to make it different. I'm happy to keep it, by resolution, any amount, and start slow, as some of my colleagues have asked, especially the one that said all the important things. Member U Hudgens. So, I know there's always fear when there's change, but I personally don't have any rush to, make it set a certain amount. That's not something I'm going to be pursuing hard or anything, but I do like the ability to have some flexibility. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you, Member Rollins Fernandez. Any further discussion? Member Paulton.
I think I would have liked to have the parameters of what was recommended first, because I don't necessarily trust all the members to understand the various funds and categories that are in the budget. So although I know it wouldn't be exactly and it could change, I think a roadmap would have helped, of why and what is being proposed, because I just don't trust all my colleagues to understand the budget. Sorry.
Understood, Member Paulton. Member Rollins Fernandez.
For my second and final. So until we pass a bill to amend the code, it would still be by resolution, any amount. We would have to set that parameters first before the administration could do anything different. So we would create that roadmap, and I understand perhaps budget director, we could have a couple meetings and workshops on what the administration would be proposing before we consider any changes to the code if this passes. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you, Member Rollins Fernandez. I guess I view this slightly differently. The effective date is January 2nd, 2027. And when we went through the director confirmation process for human concerns, one of the justifications Corporation Counsel used for taking wide discretion in how they interpreted the law was the lack of an ordinance that gave specific guidance. So had they not taken that position on a different matter, I probably would have agreed with you. But because they've used that argument in the past, I would feel more comfortable if this passed in November, that those body then put into ordinance prior to January 2nd, 2027 guidance, so that they can't say absent ordinance or guidance from the council, that they can take a broad interpretation of the law and then use it to make discretionary changes to the budget. That's my only comment, but I think my position on the main motion is already pretty clear.
Chair.
Yes.
For my third and final.
Yes, Member Rollins Fernandez for her third and second final.
I'm supportive of what you're saying, and I agree. It's better to have things clear. And so if this does pass, not committing a vote, but I'm supportive of putting into code by resolution so that it is set until we come to something different. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you, Member Rollins Fernandez. I guess we are about to call for the question, and Member Sugimura was not here for discussion. If you would like for me to hold off on recognizing you until after the vote, I'm happy to do so, but you got to leave the room. If you would like to participate in the vote without having heard deliberations on the matter, I will happily recognize you now. But that's the options before you, Member Sugimura.
Okay, so can you repeat the motion?
So the motion on the floor is to recommend passage on first reading of Resolution 2689. There have been no proposed amendments to the bill that was transmitted from the administration.
Okay. And what did Corp Counsel say?
Corporation Counsel did not opine, but can I just ask, nobody asked him for anything, but can I just ask that you confirm that this was signed to form in legality by Corporation Counsel?
I can confirm that it was signed as to form legality, yes.
Okay.
Question?
Chair Lee.
Yeah, I have a question for Director Milner. Normally amendments, we just vote up or down. So if this measure passed and one of the departments needed to make a transfer of some kind, is the method still the same where we just have an up or down vote? Or can we make changes to the request for the transfer?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair Lee. My understanding is that it would still remain an up or down vote based on language existing elsewhere in the charter.
Okay. So again, it's very, people need to understand the process, and giving this flexibility, it just encourages less discipline on the part of the administration. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Any further discussion?
Roll call.
Okay, roll call, staff.
Chair, proceeding with the roll call vote. Councilmember Cook.
Aye.
Councilmember Johnson.
Yes?
Council Chair Alice Lee.
No?
Councilmember Paulton.
I'm gonna Kanalua, please.
Okay, Councilmember Rollins Fernandez.
Aye.
Councilmember Sinensi.
Aye.
Councilmember Sugimura.
No.
Committee Vice Chair Nohilani Uuhajins.
Aye.
We'll come back to Councilmember Paulton.
Okay, but there's more lawyers looking at it than just one lawyer, right?
I don't know if we can debate
Oh, okay.
while in voting.
All right. I with reservations.
Committee Chair Batangan.
No.
Chair, that's 5 ayes, 4 noes. Motion passes.
Wait.
Oh, is it 6-3? Excuse me. 6-3, excuse me.
Thank you. So thank you, members. Okay, so that concludes our first round of deliberation on all of the initial proposals. We will now return to the items that were deferred. We'll begin with resolutions 25-215 relating to notice and conduct of public meetings and 25-217 relating to the computation of time. At the June 2nd Great Meeting, the committee agreed to follow the office of the county clerk, the committee agreed to allow the office of the county clerk to combine these two resolutions. Both were considered housekeeping items, and OCC was already planning to propose a CD1 version of Resolution 25-215 to address the Department of Corporation Counsel's concerns about newspaper publication requirements in the Hawaii revised statutes. To ensure we're satisfying proper notice requirements, we will bring both items forward for discussion at the same time. I would therefore like to entertain a motion to reconsider Resolutions 25-215 and 25-217.
So moved.
Okay, thank you. Moved by Member Rollins Fernandez and seconded by Member Hodgins. The note I was about to make, which I guess was for Member Johnson and my benefit, is that since this was deferred at the June 2nd meeting and we weren't here, that neither of us is able to move for reconsideration. But I guess that's moot since it was done already by Member Rollins Fernandez and Member Hodgins.
You're welcome again.
I guess that I just want that on the record so that when the other items that come up, which were deferred on June 2nd, that he and I cannot be the makers of those motions. Sure. Okay, so we now have before us resolutions 25-215 and 25-217. No, the two before us are 25-215, proposed charter amendment on the notice and conduct of public hearings, and 25-217, proposed charter amendment on the computation of time. Sorry, Member Rollins Fernandez, I didn't catch your question. Okay. So I wasn't here and didn't. I'd like to hear from the Office of the County Clerk and Corporation Counsel on these matters. So first I'll ask for comments on the reconsideration from our clerk and deputy clerk, and then I'll look to Deputy Corporation Counsel Colby.
Thank you, Chair. So we did combine 25-215 and 25-217. I'm looking for it in Granicus, and I'm not finding it yet, however. So if it hasn't been properly transmitted, perhaps we could defer that, and I can go make copies really quick.
Staff, did we receive a copy of the combined proposal? So staff is saying we have not yet received that. Would you guys like us to circle back to this item so that we have an opportunity to distribute the written proposal? Okay.
Chair,
Yes, Member Rollins Fernandez.
did you want to call the vote on the reconsideration?
I didn't realize I hadn't done that.
Okay.
Okay, so we have before us a motion on the floor to reconsider 215 and 217. I should probably dispense with that motion. All in favor of reconsideration, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
That's 9 ayes, 0 noes. Motion passes.
Thank you, Member Rollins Fernandez. Okay, so we now have before us, I apologize, members, those two. But we do not have a transmitted copy of that combined resolution with those two proposals. Can I ask for a 2-minute recess so that I can get myself organized and we can potentially either get that distributed or we can move on to the next item while we make copies of the proposal? Before we
Quick
take that
question
recess.
before we recess.
Yes.
Okay, so that you can consult with staff during the recess in case you don't have the answer to my question. So we approved reconsideration on 2 separate motions. Now we need to dispense with those separate motions, but we're going to take up a combined bill. So would the preference of the chair be to withdraw those motions to clear the table? And then that's what you can confer with staff if you don't have that answer. Because there's 2 motions that we reconsidered because they weren't originally combined, yeah?
Yes. I will confer with staff during the recess and then get an answer to you.
Sounds good. Mahalo.
Thank you. So it's now 10:53. Let's come back at 10:58, so 5 minutes. And we will, 5 minutes. 10:58. Thank you. Thank you. Members, can the grade committee meeting please reconvene? The time is now 11:09 a.m. So apologies, it took, I underestimated how long it would take to receive and then print the combined proposal, but it is now being distributed for your consideration. We have before us two resolutions, 25-215 and 25-217. Chair's recommendation would be to, if we are in favor of considering a combined one, to replace one of the two resolutions and then file the other. But before we take any action to that effect, I'd like to hear from the clerks and from Corporation Counsel on the proposed amendment that they now created. So I think Deputy Clerk, would you please provide remarks on your Resolution 25-215 CD1?
Thank you very much, Chair. So the CD1 version combines 25-215 and 25-217, and also addressed a concern raised by the budget director as far as the computation of time, which is the proposed new section 1318. It's the bottom of page 6 of the document just handed out. And so that says, except as to deadlines set on specific dates or as established in Article 9, the time in which any act is to be done is computed by excluding the first day and including the last, unless it's a Saturday, Sunday, or holiday, in which event the period runs until 4:30 p.m. on the next business day. So that was one of the concerns. Member Paulton also brought up using the phrase in compliance with state law as necessary, so those changes were implemented. And other than that, we hope that this is more of a housekeeping type of amendment. You know, we talked about earlier that publication in a newspaper is becoming increasingly problematic. It slows down the responsiveness of council, you know, since you're limited to your meeting dates by the time that it takes us to, it basically adds another week. So it inhibits your ability to respond very quickly on things that do require currently publication in the newspaper. So it's simply the flexibility there that we're looking for, and also the recognition that this is a sunshine law body, and all of your sunshine law meetings are have to comply with state law. If there are public hearing requirements, like in state law, such as the fuel tax and the vehicle weight tax, those do require public hearings, and those notices would continue to be published in the paper in accordance with state law. So those are the only comments we have right now, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Deputy Clerk. Deputy Corporation Counsel.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Well, I'll start with the section related to the changes in 13-18, the computation of time. I don't have any concerns about that. So to the extent that that language is approved by the budget director for certain items, that's great. It makes this somewhat compound in terms of a resolution. I don't know that it's such that it can't be clear on what is being proposed. I have previously addressed this committee related to my concerns that the resolution has changed by removing references to publications in newspapers of general circulation. Is in conflict with HRS statutes 1-28.5, which is general for any time public notice and publication is required, and then 46-2, which is within the chapter related to the county and counties and how they're organized and operate. And that is much more specific to the publication or advising of ordinances, amendments, resolutions, and bills. I think that the idea that we can simplify the process and provide some flexibility by taking that language out and just replacing it with something like in accordance with law isn't technically wrong, but it might be kind of in conflict with what the point of this is, which is to kind of put the public on notice that things are happening and the government's taking actions. If passed the way that it is, it would change the publication of a number of budget actions in chapters or sections 9-4 and 9-8. And I think that's just going to be honest, going to be a little bit confusing for the public. I would note that I think part of the reason this was intended was that there was a legislative act to try and amend 1-28.5 to modernize it and allow for digital notifications. But that didn't happen, so as we sit here today, the statute says what it says. So I have concerns and wouldn't be in support of this on that legal basis that it's in conflict with state law. I do notice that, if this is a Sunshine Board and we have, the county council has to comply with the sunshine notice requirements, I think it does, and I don't think that the provisions in 92-7, the notice section, satisfy the requirements for publication as required under the statutes. So it can't really be a substitute. I can't think, and I don't believe this is really just a housekeeping matter. A couple other things to consider. I know this is a lot, but a couple other things to consider is that publication by notice is required whenever a, quote, government agency is required to give public notice or to publish notice, and then they provide the methods. There are things that our county does at the planning commissions, as you've indicated, some of the tax provisions that require public hearings. And public hearings and meetings are not synonymous. And I think an earlier version, the one that was first presented, used the word synonymous, but meetings cover a lot of territory, a lot of things can happen. There can be public testimony, but public hearings, in slight contrast, are things that are required to allow for public input. And so I also think it's problematic to replace all references to public hearing. But in any event, if this body decides that it wants to replace public hearing with meeting in anticipation that later on the state law is going to change, I would make a suggestion on the actual ballot initiative. So where it says, affirm that county meetings must comply with state law, you could, as an alternative, say that the county shall comply with all public notice requirements under state law, or state law public notice requirements. And that might get you some flexibility, but also make it clear to the voters that what we're talking about is changes in the notice for public actions. That's about it. I can answer questions as they come.
Oh, thank you, Deputy Corporation Counsel. Okay, so we have before us those two resolutions. Is there anybody who would like to make a motion to the effect of replacing 25-215 with the CD1 version that was just distributed? A motion made by Member Sugimura. Is there a second? Seconded by Member Hodgins. Okay, so now that we have this before us, is there, I'll start with, yes, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Will you please repeat the motion?
Okay, so we had before us Resolution 25-215 and Resolution 25-217. My recommendation when we came back from recess was to replace one of those with the combined version of the two, which is now 25-215 CD1. So that's the motion before us.
Okay.
Yes, but I didn't include that when I was trying to figure out how to proceed. So we would have to take that up separately. So if replacing 25-215 with the CD1 version does pass, then the next action would be to file 25-217. Because they're now combined, yeah, so it would be redundant.
You combine the two motions.
The two resolutions, because the resolution.
No, but there's two motions.
No, the resolution that we took for reconsideration was to bring both before us.
Right.
My understanding from staff was that because it was deferred rather than voted for or against, that we could bring both up at the same time and then replace one. We wouldn't need to.
Oh, if they were both
have two
deferred, then
different
we didn't
motions.
need a reconsideration. We could have just brought them back up. Okay, here we are.
But we did. And so
and
now the
so-
recommendation to proceed is to replace 25-215 with a CD1 version that is a combination of the two.
All right, that satisfies my question. Can we call on Budget Director to opine on the section that was amended to address the concerns she brought up at the last meeting?
Sure, we can do that. And then after we hear from Budget Director, I'd like to offer the members an opportunity to have their rounds of questions.
Great.
But we'll take opening remarks from Budget Director, and then we'll open up the floor for the members. Director Milner.
Mahalo, Chair. Mahalo, Councilmember Rollins Fernandez. Yeah, so the language that I received says, except as to deadlines set on specific dates or as established in Article 9. So I think the only thing I would request the body to consider is instead of saying Article 9, say Section 4-3.3, because that's where the deadline language is. It's not in Article 9. So that's one option. Or instead of established in Article 9, it could be bills passed by the council in accordance with sections 9-5 and 9-6. Either of those, I think, would serve the purpose of us not running up against that June 30th date. But that would just be my recommendation because the deadline itself isn't actually set in Article 9. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Budget Director. All right, so we've now had opening comments from the clerks, Corporation Counsel, and the Budget Director. We can start deliberations on the matter. I'll go 3 minutes for this first round. As the maker of the motion, Member Sugimura, would you like to kick us off?
It sure sounds like Corp Counsel has lots of objections, and being our legal opinion, you're recommending further scrutiny, you're recommending?
My review of this is as to form and legality, and the concerns I have are that it's in conflict with state law as amended. And so I'm recommending that it not be approved for inclusion on the ballot.
Okay. Thank you. No more.
As written.
As written.
Thank you, Member Sugimura. Member Paulton.
I'll move to make the amendments suggested by Corporation Counsel Colby, if he can repeat the verbiage.
Deputy Corporation Counsel.
Yes, as related to the ballot question?
You had a bunch.
For form and legality, what you're saying, to make it be legal form, you had some suggestions. I'm sorry, I didn't write them all down. But
One suggestion was to not replace public hearing with the word meeting.
okay, I move to make that amendment as well as the one about conforming with state law that you said, if you can repeat that verbiage as well.
Sure. I'll just read the whole thing. In
Perfect.
paragraph 4, in the quotation section, I would start where it says affirm, and I would say affirm that county meetings must comply with publication and notice requirements in state law.
Also include that in my motion.
I'll second.
Second.
And then, I guess while you're at it, Member Paulton, did you want to include the recommendation from the Budget Director?
Yes, I would. Thank you.
Director Milner, can you please restate for the record your recommendation for?
She had two recommendations.
Oh, she did?
Chair. Maybe we can take that up separately.
Oh, no, she just popped up.
Yeah, there was two. She said you can either exempt section 4-3.3 or 9.5 or 9.6. There was.
Two options. So I guess, Director Milner, do you have a preference, since we're taking up amendments to this?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember. If you want to keep the as established, then I would say as established in section 4-3.3.
That's the one. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Milner. Okay, so Member Paulton moved to amend CD1. Let's see if I captured this all. I know that we were going to keep the public hearing language, that we would replace the verbiage on conforming with state law to what Deputy Director Colby stated, and then from Director Milner, changing the reference from section 9-4 to 4-3.3, I think it was, something to that effect. Okay, so everybody's clear. We have a motion on the floor made by Member Paulton. Was it seconded by Member Rollins Fernandez? Okay, I just said Member Rollins Fernandez, so. Well, then I'm gonna go with. If you're gonna put me in that spot, Member Rollins Fernandez, then it's gonna be Member Johnson.
Chair.
Yes, Chair Lee.
Since we heard from Corp Counsel, Deputy Corp Counsel, can we hear from the county clerk on the amendments?
Yes, Chair. I just want to make sure that the motion on the floor is clear before we deliberate on the matter.
Okay.
So we have a motion on the floor made by Member Paulton, seconded by Member Johnson, since I like him more. And I guess
More
now
than
that we're-
Member Rollins Fernandez.
More than, period. Yeah.
Budding
Yeah.
romance here.
Okay, so we now have, so we're now in deliberation. We have a request from Chair Lee to hear from the clerks, since they were the drafters of this CD1 version. Clerks?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Chair Lee. In general, I think that our purpose was really to acknowledge that most of your work is done in accordance with Sunshine Law. OIP has opined that publication in the newspaper under that section 128.5 is not required for Sunshine Law meetings. So that was our intent. Honestly, I'm not sure that this proposal needs to be considered any further if really what we're doing is keeping it the same. So we're not changing public meetings to, public hearings to meetings. So that's really the bulk of this amendment. So honestly, I would just say, why don't we just go ahead and not consider either one of these proposals?
And it won't change. Yeah.
Member Paulton.
Thank you. As a maker of the motion, I'll enter in my discussion. I do think there is some validity to, I think what the second one that Deputy Corp Counsel Colby mentioned was if state law changes, then we can change it. So that I feel like is worthwhile. Is that not worthwhile enough for you guys? Because I mean, we can do an HSAC package or something like that, and appeal to the senators and representatives of our county that, everybody knows we don't have easy access to newspapers anymore. So, I mean, is that not worth it? You rather still file it? I'm cool to file it, but I'd also wouldn't mind to try and change state law, but maybe we can try change state law first. I don't know, but if state law changes, then with the charter clear, we can just go straight into it.
Thank you, Chair. Member Paulton, I think that your point is very well taken. And in the last legislative session, there were a couple of, I think at least a couple of bills to amend that notice in a newspaper for public hearings requirement. Well, no, just in general, notice for meetings of any type, not having to be in a newspaper. So we're going to continue absolutely focusing on that as much as we can. And, you know, if HSAC can come to bear on that issue, that'd be great.
So to clarify, do we still need to combine it? Was one of them was the public hearing, public meeting one, and the other one was the notice?
The computation of time. So basically eliminating weekends and holidays with charter deadlines. But it's completely up to you folks if you think that warrants a charter amendment. But in terms of if we're not going to change public hearings to meetings, then
cut that whole part out.
Yeah, I just honestly I don't see, you know, why go ahead with any of those other, because the other changes are really mini. They're more language.
But the media part, keep that because it's worthwhile because we can work on the state.
You mean the deadline part? Just that one section?
And the publications, like if it's in compliant, what was the word again, Mr. Deputy Colby?
No,
Shall conform with state law.
yes.
So, I mean, it is a hardship to get a publication of daily circulation in this county because it doesn't, and we have not a great relationship with Star Advertiser apparently. And it's expensive. So, I mean, this would clear the way if the state changes their law from that whole thing, or we could wait another 2 to 10 years or indefinitely if you'd like. But I feel like that part is worthwhile to not file the whole thing. But I'm open if somebody else wants to make a motion to cut out the public hearing, public meeting part. I feel like I've done enough work on this one today. I'll spread the wealth.
Thank you, Member Paulton. I guess by show of hands, is there anybody who has questions or comments? Because I can go down the line, but I don't know if there's that much debate on the amendment before us. I think more of the discussions on the general combined package. Member Hodgins.
So if that's the case, which, okay, then we're basically getting rid of the original 25 215, and we're now kind of back to 217.
So if we reject CD1, then we would have both proposals before us. This is a combined version of the two.
Yes.
Correct.
So is that then what we're picking up?
That if this,
And then we'll
yeah, so if
include-
the motion before us, or I guess the
Then it'll
motion
be-
is to amend.
Yeah.
So we would dispense with the amendment, then we would go back to the main motion. If that fails, then back before us would be the two separate resolutions.
Okay. And then when the time comes, we can make the changes that we discussed for the CD1 version for the sections related to budget timeline in the 217?
Yes, that is my understanding.
Okay, cool.
I'd like to follow that plan of action, and if there's no objection from whoever seconded, whether they're a favorite of anyone or not, I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay, before you do though, I would like to question, Deputy Corporation Counsel, can you re-explain your objection to changing public hearing to meeting? Because my reading was that meeting is an umbrella term under which a public hearing would fall, and so that it wouldn't be a conflict. But you had a specific objection, and I'd like to better understand it.
Sure, Chair. I don't believe that a meeting and a public hearing are synonymous. I think that public hearing, you can have a public hearing portion in a meeting. It's that there are certain things, like, for instance, hearings on SMA permit applications, or certain types of land use changes that require a public hearing. That's the language that they use. They call it a public hearing. And I think if we just go through the whole thing with the intent to call everything a meeting, then the logic is that we can meet our notice requirements because a meeting has to comply with Sunshine Law 92-7. And I think that that's where we get into trouble because they're not the same thing. And we would then need to go in, for instance, to the Maui County Code 19.510, and every time they talk about the requirements for public notice and everything, we'd have to change all of those.
Okay, so I think I'm in agreement that a public hearing and a meeting are not the same thing, but my interpretation of meeting was that it is a broader term, so it would be an umbrella one under which public hearing would fall, and in which case, then the more specific requirements for a public hearing could still apply to those, but the more general requirements for others could still move forward under the proposal before us. Is that not your interpretation?
You know, I can't point to any court case that says that. I think that the terms, I agree with you generally that that's the commonly understood concept that a meeting is a little bit broader and a public hearing is a little more due process oriented and is required in certain circumstances by laws, ordinances, rules, et cetera. But I can't point to anything that says that, you know, like we look at statutes and then ordinances and as a hierarchy. No, I can't point to that.
Okay.
Chair,
Yes, Member Rollins Fernandez.
are you able to point to that definition of your understanding of a meeting?
No,
or
I was
hearing?
going by commonly understood definitions.
Okay.
It's not defined in the charter.
Yeah, and it's in HRS Section 92. Hearing does appear 24 times, but no definition.
Correct. Okay. So I guess, given the conversation that we now have, Member Paulton was willing to withdraw her her motion to amend. I would like to follow that train of thought. Withdraw the motion to amend CD1. I actually think we should probably. It's okay. Then, do I need to do anything to make that happen, or is her making that offer enough?
Sorry, Chair. I think we'll have Peter clarify because also I think we need to go back and make sure we had a main motion at the beginning.
Yes, Chair. Not to complicate things more, but I think we didn't have a main motion to recommend passage on first reading. I think the motion on the floor is to recommend combining 215 and I don't know what the other one is.
217.
Chair,
I don't think we had a main motion to recommend passage.
we do have a main motion.
There is?
After the reconsideration, we had two main motions. The motion to amend is the motion to combine. So the main motion is actually two motions because of the reconsideration to pass 215 and 217. And so that's why my recommendation was to withdraw everything to clear everything up, because then this is what I knew would happen.
Yeah. So I agree with the recommendation, but I think my understanding was slightly different. So we had resolutions 215 and 217 before us. I actually don't remember making a motion to pass one or the other. I remember making a motion to replace 215 with the CD1 version.
Chair,
But
because we made a motion to
reconsider,
deferral.
yeah,
Exactly.
So there was never a motion to pass on first reading, which is I think what Mr. Hanano is getting at. This is getting a little complicated for me. I'm getting lost in our procedures. So, Mr. Hanano, was your recommendation to back up, clear and then recommend passage on first reading 25-215 so that we would all be of the same understanding as to where we are? Member Paulton was willing to withdraw her amendment. I think I need to dispense of the main motion to replace, but I'm going to look to you for help on where to go for this.
Yeah, so I think because we didn't have a main motion to recommend passage of either resolutions, we need at least one. And I think it's going to be under Resolution 25-215, since that's, seems like the more complex one.
Okay.
And then once we get that, then there can be a motion to replace by combining the two.
Or to keep them separate and amend as
right.
needed? Okay. So members, can I ask, I don't know what the steps we got to take to get there is, but yeah, can I ask for a recess?
Well, let's let me and Gabe withdraw, and then Yuki withdraw, and then we'll clear it.
Start
Yeah.
new.
Chair? Chair?
Yes, Chair Lee.
After we clear the deck, can we just take a lunch break? I hate to rush this vote, you know.
No, I agree. So my hope was I know members of this body have a conflict at noon, so my hope was to break shortly before then anyway. If the members are open, we can take a lunch break slightly earlier. Let's dispense of the motions before us, and then we can discuss taking a recess afterwards.
Fine.
Staff, okay, so if they're willing to withdraw, I don't need to do anything, right? Remember, Paulton was the maker of the amendment.
I withdraw my second.
And then the main motion that was before us was made by Member Sugimura. Were you willing to withdraw that?
Yes.
And then the
yes.
seconder was Member Cook. Okay, so that is withdrawn. We are now at square one. Okay, so let's discuss the plan for the rest of the day then.
Okay.
We have 6 resolutions that needed to be reconsidered. We have before us 2 of them. And we have through 4:30. So, yes, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Sure. Sorry. So one of the things we talked about at the very first meeting, that you were not there, was that we didn't want to have 15 charter amendment proposals
Yes.
on the ballot. I know you said we have 6 that were deferred.
Correct.
Okay.
So we'll go through all the deferrals, and then we would prioritize if needed. I think I made in my opening remarks that if the body feels that we would overwhelm the electorate by putting forth too many questions, then we would prioritize at that point. Because I think there was a sunshine law issue with taking a straw poll for which ones members had preferences for up front. But once we go through everything, then we can decide which ones we want to prioritize and what might be more appropriate to take up at a later date.
Okay, yeah.
And by that, I mean like a future election, because it would have to go on the ballot, yeah.
So 4 were either withdrawn. 4 resolutions were either withdrawn or not passed, or recommend not passage. And then we potentially will combine 2, and that would leave us with 9. So just
For everybody's
for everyone
situational
while
awareness.
we're during lunch to
Okay.
start thinking about, because if all the bills that resos we deferred or passed already are put on the ballot, there will be 9 plus the 1 that we already approved to be on the ballot.
Yes.
And I can read those if you want, because I wrote them down.
I don't know if we need to at this point, because they were stated at the beginning of the meeting, and we just passed the 2 budget ones. So that's 5 for today. Because if you really feel the need to reiterate what those are, great. But otherwise, I'd like to get the pleasure of the body for for the game plan for the rest of the day. So if we take a lunch break now, I know some of you had meetings scheduled at noon in anticipation of that being, our regularly scheduled break. Is that are the conflicts all the way up until 1:30? Would you guys be able to come back at, say, 1? No.
Chair, on the side, I'd like to leave at 4, if that's okay.
We will do our best.
My conflict is to 1:15.
Okay. Does anybody have a preference to coming back at 1:15? So if we were to break at 11:45 and come back at 1:15. It's still our normal scheduled duration, but at a slightly different time.
I'll be on the road, but I'll listen in. There might be sections where I have terrible service, as I live in the country, but I'll be listening.
Understood.
Thank you.
I have no conflict, Chair, and I'm staying for a council meeting tomorrow, so, I mean, not encouraging us to go into the night, but I'm just saying that I'm here to finish the work.
Thank you, Member Rollins Fernandez. Okay, so I think that's a sound game plan. Let's recess now and then reconvene at 1:15. You know, those who are able to join us here in person, great. If you are on the road at that time, we'll do our best to make accommodations. Okay, so the time is now 11:44. This meeting will be in recess until 1:15. Thank you, members. Good afternoon, members. For the great committee meeting, please come back to order. It is now 1:20 p.m. Okay, so we have before us Resolution 25-215 and Resolution 25-217. My hope is to very quickly get through these two. And then given that we only have 3 hours left of our workday, I'll look to the members for guidance on what resolutions we should reconsider. If we don't have to take up all of them, I'd really like to not have to. And then when we get through reconsideration, we can decide if we are above what we feel is comfortable putting forth on the ballot. So start to think about which ones you really want to take up of the remaining proposals that need to be reconsidered. So the resolutions before us were both submitted to us by the clerks. You know, their initial proposal at the beginning of this meeting was to combine the two of them. It doesn't sound like there's appetite for that from this body. So clerks, can I ask if you have a preference on how to proceed with the resolutions 25-215 and resolution 25-217?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So our recommendation would be to file 25-215. And the reason is with the changes that were recommended by Corporation Counsel and Peter Hanano, your OCS attorney, it really kind of takes the meat out of 215, so there would be no true purpose for introducing it at this point. And over the break, I submitted to the committee a CD1 version of 217, which incorporates the budget director's changes that she recommended regarding section 4-3.3. So that's in the CD1 version, and I did run it by the budget director, so she is okay with that version.
Thank you, clerks. Okay, so members, if resolution 25-215 was requested by the clerks and they are now recommending filing, is there any objection to me doing so? No objection. Okay. So ordered. So resolution 25-2.
Chair.
Oh, yes.
I see Member Uuhajins online if you want to.
Sorry, Member Uuhajins, did you have an objection to filing resolution 25-215?
No, I don't, Chair. I was agreeing with you by shaking my head, saying no objection.
Okay. And since you are calling in remotely, can I ask you and Member Senensi to do your Sunshine Law disclaimers?
Yes, I am in my husband's dirty car all by myself.
Thank you for those details, Member Uuhajins. Member Senensi.
Are you gonna go wash it for him?
No, I will not. But thank you. He'll appreciate that thought.
Chair, I'm here at my home office and I'm here by myself.
Thank you, Member Senensi. Okay, so I think we just recommended filing of 25-215. There were the CD1 version of.
Sorry, Chair.
Yes.
We'll do the motion and then the vote to file.
Oh, I cannot do it without objection. Okay, it sounds like a motion to file is needed. So we have a motion from Member Rollins Fernandez, second by Member Sugimura. Any discussion on the filing? Seeing none, all in favor of filing resolution 25-215, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay.
Thank you, Chair. That's 9 ayes, 0 noes. Motion passes.
Thank you, staff. Okay, so now we have resolution 25-217. Can I have a motion from somebody who was here on the second for to replace it with the CD1 version that was just distributed? So somebody besides me and Gabe. Member Cook, seconded by Member Sugimura. So we have before us the CD1 version of 25-217. OCS staff did recommend that if we adopt this, that there be two amendments we consider. One, to the first item under be it resolved. They would prefer that the language be amended to the following. That in accordance with section 14-11-1 revised charter of the County of Maui 1983 as amended, it proposes that the charter article 13 on general provisions be amended by adding a new section to read as follows, with new material underscored. Staff, since this is coming from you, can I ask you to explain?
Chair,
Yes.
what was the motion on the floor?
The motion is to pass CD, or replace 25-217 with 25-217 CD1. Now, staff is requesting we further amend resolution 25-217 CD1.
And that's the main motion.
The main motion is to replace it with CD.
The main motion needs to
Oh,
be passed.
I see. Okay. So can I ask for a motion to pass on first reading 25-217? Member Sugimura, seconded by Member Cook. Okay, now I need a motion to amend it by replacing it with the CD1 version that was just distributed. I'll go with Member Cook and then Member Sugimura, since that's the order I took it up last time. Now, staff would like us to further amend it in two ways. Staff, can I ask you to explain those two requested amendments?
Thank you, Chair, and apologies. Let me bring up my notes. So one amendment that we're requesting is to amend the first be it resolved clause to amend the prefatory language to say the following. That, in accordance with Section 14-1, revised Charter of the County of Maui, 1983, as amended, it proposes that Charter Article 13 on general provisions be amended by adding a new section to read as follows, with new material underscored. So it's just to make the prefatory language consistent with how we do other charter amendments.
Okay, so it's the first item under be it resolved. It's changing it so that it's consistent with the way that they wrote all the other resolutions for this ballot.
Chair, what is supposed to be underscored?
It doesn't currently say that. That's what staff is asking us to have it say.
And Chair, so if this is approved, we would also underscore the new section that's being inserted into the charter. So I think that's Charter Section 13-18.
And then staff, you wanted revisions to Section 6 as well. Also, my understanding is to have it also conform with the way that the other resolutions were written?
Yes, Chair. So for this other amendment, it would be amending the 6 be it resolved clause to say the following, that on approval by a majority of the voters voting on the proposed amendment and on official certification of the result, the amendment proposed in this resolution takes effect on January 1st, 2027. And it's to conform it, I guess, the prefatory language with how we do other chart amendments, but it would also make the time frame consistent for when the amendments would take effect.
Did everybody get that? Is there an appetite to amend it to include the OCS recommendations? Okay, so I see a motion by Member Cook. Do we have a second?
I would like to see it.
Member Lee. So we have a motion on the floor to amend CD1 to conform those two provisions, be it resolved 1 and be it resolved 6, to the language that OCS had proposed for conformity with the way that they drafted the other proposals. Okay. For discussion, I hear Member Rollins Fernandez asking to see the language. Is there a way that we can?
To see the amendments. Because I think, if I understand correctly, all of Section 13-18 would be underscored as it is in the original 25-217? All of it?
That's
That
correct,
whole
yes.
section?
Because it's a new section that's being
Right.
inserted.
Okay, and then in the whereas clause subsection 6, after the word amendment in the last line, it would be on the proposed amendment on this reso what?
I'm sorry, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Oh,
is this
can you read
the
it again?
Be it resolved clause, the 6 be it resolved clause?
Yes.
Okay, let me repeat the language that we would be requesting.
Okay.
It would say that on approval by a majority of the voters voting on the proposed amendment and on official certification of the result, the amendment proposed in this resolution takes effect on January 1st, 2027.
Okay, sure.
Thank you, Member Rollins Fernandez. Clerks, since this is your proposal, do you have any objections to the requested amendments from OCS?
No, none at all.
Thank you. Okay, so we have before us motion to amend. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
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 All opposed, nay.
That's 9 ayes, 0 noes. Motion passes. You're back on the motion to replace.
Okay, so we're back on the motion to replace 25-217 with the CD1 version. Any further discussion? Yes, Member Rollins.
Mahalo, Chair. I will be voting in favor of this so that there's a final disposition on this resolution, but this is not my top 5. Mahalo, Chair.
Understood. Any further discussion on the motion to replace 2517 with the CD1 version? Seeing none, all in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Chair, that's 9 ayes, 0 noes. Motion passes. Back to the main motion as amended.
So the main motion as amended to pass, or to recommend passage of Resolution 25-217 as amended. Any further discussion? Okay, you raising your hands to vote. So all in favor say aye. All opposed, nay.
Chair, that's 9 ayes, 0 noes. Motion passes.
Thank you, members. Okay, so that's 2 of the 6. Is that how many we had to reconsider? Okay, in the interest of time, can I get a sense from the body? Are there any burning ones that you really want to take up? Before I call on Member Rollins Fernandez, I guess my reading from the body in the last meeting was that the INB and the vacancies were of interest to this body, but I'd love to hear from each of you, starting with Member Rollins Fernandez.
Sure, Mahalo, Chair. My top 5 is emergency appropriations, INB, processing of claims, Board of Ethics, and Hoy's model.
Okay.
Want me to give you the numbers? I have the numbers. I'm sorry.
No. I guess I'm trying to get a sense
Okay,
of.
my neighbor would like me to say the numbers.
Sure.
Okay, so Reso 26-88, Reso 26-93, Reso 26-61, Reso 95, and 85.
Okay, but I guess part of what I was trying to get at was we don't need to reconsider all of the ones that had been deferred. So, well, I appreciate the top 5, and that will be helpful when we prioritize ballot questions if we feel that we are over. What I'm really trying to get a sense of is which of the deferred proposals we still need to bring up for reconsideration. Yes, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I think the only one of my 5 that would need to be taken up again because it was deferred was the claims one.
Okay.
61, Reso 26-61.
Okay. So claims.
And the INB, we deferred that one too.
Okay. Any other burning ones that the body wants to take up for reconsideration?
The vacancy has been deferred, but that wasn't my top 5 because I think there's a lot more work that needs to be done on it.
Understood. Chair Lee.
Yeah, you said there are about 9. Why don't you just list them so we can remember?
Okay. I
All
don't
9.
have them organized quite
I have
so
them, Chair, if
easily.
you'd like help.
Sure. Member Rollins Fernandez.
Sure. Okay. It's Reso 25-216, and that's the one with, we just filed that one. Oh, no, deadlines. We passed that one. Reso 25-217, that was the computation of time, and we just passed that one right now. Reso 26-61, and that's the processing of claims. Reso 26-11, council vacancy. Reso 26-85 was Hoy's model, and that one passed. The council vacancy was deferred. Reso 26-95, Board of Ethics was passed. Reso 26-93, repealing the INB, was deferred. Reso 26-88, emergency appropriations, we just passed today. Reso 26-89, transfer of appropriations, was also just passed today.
Chair Lee, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Of all of these, I'd probably consider maybe 2 or 3 as a priority.
Thank you. So I guess my reading of the body is that the ones that we really have strong feelings towards reconsidering are claims, the independent nomination board, and the vacancy on the council. Is that generally correct? Is there anybody who has a burning desire to take up any of the deferred amendments beyond those 3? Okay, so let's start with the independent nomination board, because I think we can move through that one pretty quickly. Members, we did receive a response from the administration just prior to the beginning of our meeting this morning. That has been uploaded onto Granicus as number 9. If you have not had a chance to read through it, they do commit to adopting many of the recommendations from the Costa Government Commission's report. But I did find one piece of their correspondence interesting that may impact this body's decision-making. And I'd like to read it into the record. It's the last section, Resolution 26-93. And it states, in your letter, you cite the Costa Government Commission, quote, is recommending the county retain the IMB because the board is a charter requirement. If this is the reason for retention, I recommend approving Resolution 26-93 with one edit that I suggest on the following page. The purpose of Resolution 2693, as identified in the heading, is to simplify the appointment process for boards and commissions and dissolve the independent nomination board. As you are aware, the Administration Council continued to face challenges with recruiting enough candidates to serve on boards and commissions, leaving critical positions vacant and the boards and commissions unable to meet quorums. This amendment intends to alleviate those challenges, but may also inadvertently contribute to them due to ambiguity in the language. On page 4 of the resolution, the following language is added to the charter. Additional policies on the process for appointments to boards and commissions may be established by ordinance. And then this section with emphasis added by the administration. The policies may include a requirement that the mayor identify applicants and initiatives to recruit and vet applicants. So it sounds like the mayor is recommending that we eliminate the independent nomination board with an amendment to the proposed resolution that was submitted by Member Rollins Fernandez. I think that would help our discussion moving forward, because I think the discussion had to do with eliminating the board or allowing reform to occur. If the administration has a preference, and at least my reading of this body was that there was a preference for dissolving as well, I'd be willing to entertain a motion to that effect at this time.
So moved.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, moved by Chair Lee, seconded by Member Sugimura.
Chair.
Yes.
So just for clarification, is this to reconsider the previous deferral, or?
Yeah, okay. So the order of operations would be reconsider deferral and then move to adopt. Is that correct, Mr. Hanano?
It would be a move to recommend passage on first reading.
Okay, so I guess first we need to move to reconsider.
So moved. No. Oh, yeah, reconsider.
Yeah, no, we do need that motion. I skipped over it, so I guess we'll take that motion.
No, we don't. But we can.
Yeah, I didn't think we needed it either, but let's do it so we can just move forward.
It's up to you.
Well,
And you want
if we don't need it, then I'd rather skip over it. So we have then before us the motion to recommend
The chair will
passage.
entertain a motion to pass on first reading.
Okay, and am I able to utilize the motion made by Chair Lee and seconded by Member Sugimura? Or do I need to go through this again? Corporation Counsel.
Chair, I just had one procedural issue, and that's that I see a potential change we need to make to 26-93. And I don't know if that needs to happen before you guys take the matter up for deliberation or not.
Try that again?
I think he has a recommended amendment.
Is that the section 10 that you want to
Yes.
bring up? Okay, so first we're going to do the procedural thing, and then we'll bring up discussion, and then that's when we'll bring up the section 10.
Thank you.
Understood. Okay. So we have before us a motion to recommend on first reading resolution shoot, I'm out of order.
26-93, moved by Chair
2693.
Lee, seconded by Member Sugimura.
Okay, thank you. So now that we're on discussion, Corporation Counsel.
Thank you, Chair. Section 10 to 13-2 does two things. The one thing is it adds in language about additional policies on the process for appointments to boards and commissions may be established by ordinance. That language is fine. The next sentence, policies may include requirement that the mayor identify applicants and initiatives to recruit and vet applicants, could be problematic, and here's the reason. The OIP and HRS 292F have recognized that unsuccessful applicants to certain boards and commissions have significant privacy interests. Now, there may be ways to work around that and provide a mechanism for them to be identified, but I don't think it needs to be in the charter. So my recommendation was that the second sentence that's underscored be taken out. And the other suggested change is that Section 10 pretty much says that all boards and commissions shall hold public hearings whenever required or deemed necessary and shall provide due notice to the public. That language has been kind of in the charter forever. I don't see a reason to need to bracket that out and remove that language. So my recommendation would be to leave it in.
Okay, so I caught the second part of that regarding the bracketed language in Section 10. Can you repeat the first one? Because
Yeah.
that's the language that's coming down from the administration.
Yeah,
So how do you recommend resolving the legal issue?
To resolve the legal issue, I think you can leave the first sentence in that starts with additional and ends with ordinance, and then just simply leave out the second sentence, the policies may include, et cetera, that one.
Okay. Can you refer to the section of the Section 13-2 and then read it as you would like us to consider it?
Sure. It's 13-2, Section 10, and it would read, all boards and commissions shall hold public hearings whenever required or deemed necessary and shall provide due notice to the public by publication in a newspaper of general circulation in the county. Additional policies on the process for appointments to boards and commissions may be established by ordinance.
Period. So just take out that last sentence from the proposal.
Yes. That
Okay.
would be my recommendation.
Okay, so did everybody understand that?
Yeah.
Mayor Johnson, and then I'll go to Chair Lee.
Thank you, Chair. So, Corporation Counsel, you're basically saying that we want to protect the applicant's privacy? Is that the reason why you want this out? Because remember, this is a public committee in a public forum. I don't understand that how they, you're supposed to have, what's the term? Yeah, but there's a expectation of privacy, but you're applying for a public commission. What is the expectation?
I can only read from what the OIP said, and that
Okay.
was that, and I want to distinguish between nominees and applicants. So if
Oh.
somebody applies, or if somebody is nominated and then considered by you guys, they wouldn't have the same protection. So it says, we found that applicants not nominated to fill a vacancy have a significant privacy interest in their application for a position on a board or commission, and that the disclosure of these unsuccessful applicants' identities would not shed significant light upon the actions of the governor in selecting the appointee. Thus, we could find no public interest in the disclosure of this information and concluded that such a disclosure would constitute a clearly unwarranted invasion of privacy under Section 92F 13, Parent 1, Hawaii Revised Statutes. And this is to distinguish unsuccessful applicants from people who there is a public interest, for instance, the nominee of a judge, nominee of a person to serve on the Board of Ethics. I think under those circumstances, the significant privacy interest would be outweighed by the public's right to know.
That's very lawyerly of you, but I just feel like, it's not very, what are they expecting? There's no expectation of privacy when you come before a public commission. But if that's the difference between a nomination and an applicant, I hear where you're coming from, but wow, that's one way to look at it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Before I recognize, so I said I would call on Chair Lee next, but it has been brought to my attention that had I kept reading the letter from the administration, that the mayor would have made a similar point, and that I just didn't go far enough to bring that to the public light. So I wanna acknowledge that mistake on my behalf. I saw Chair Lee's hand next, and then Member Sugimura.
I just wanted to ask Mr. Kobe, why leave that second sentence out?
I think
Because
that's what he
it clearly
just.
says that we have, the opportunity to make changes by ordinance, or, not changes, but.
Right, I think that sentence provides you with all the flexibility that you would need as the county council to establish what information needs to be. And if there was an intent to change the application process to put people on notice that their information and identifications would be public, then that may be something you could do. I just don't.
And that's the reason for deleting the second sentence?
The second, the last sentence of that paragraph, not the
Okay.
second sentence. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Okay, and so Member Sugimura followed by Member Paulton.
So I believe going through this INB, that's the exact problem that we were being told, difficulties of the applicants, that their privacy had to be protected. So are you saying then by eliminating that last sentence, then we do not have to worry about that?
So there's three sentences here. The first one is we've already talked about, and that has to do with what boards and commissions do. The second sentence allows you guys by ordinance to set policies. But the third sentence specifically identifies having the mayor identify applicants. And I think that language, it's not necessary, because if you're allowed to do things by ordinance, then we could take that up as appropriate without having it in the charter. That's all I'm saying. And because the OIP has, at least in some circumstances, found applicants to have this privacy interest, we shouldn't put it in there if we don't have to. That's my suggestion.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Member Paulton.
Thank you for the redacted part, or the bracketed part that you wanted put back in. Can we go back to your language about the state's process on due notice to the public by publication in newspaper of general circulation in the county, and say, like, in accordance with state law? Because we don't have a great
A public
newspaper of general
publication
circulation
of
in this county.
general circulation.
I think I took the piece of paper that I wrote all that stuff down out of my folder when we took our break.
No.
But the language, I mean, you could do something like that, I think. In essence, I know what you're saying.
Legislative intent. Is that okay?
Fine by me, but I guess I would want us to give staff some guidance on how that language should be then written.
Rewind the tape.
I have it.
Member Rollins Fernandez, can you
Mahalo,
read
Chair.
back for us how we addressed this earlier?
Conforming with state law.
Conforming with state law.
Conforming with notice requirements under state law.
Yeah.
Conforming with notice
And shall
requirement.
provide due notice conforming with state law.
State requirement notice under.
Is that what I said? Notice?
So that's what I wrote down.
Okay. I have it here.
Okay.
Comply with publication of notice requirements under state law.
Staff, did you get that?
It would be all boards and commissions shall hold public hearings whenever required, or, and then that section you just read?
Or deemed necessary, and shall provide due notice to the public
In conformance with.
in conformance with the requirements of state law.
Public notice requirements of state law.
In conformance with the public notice requirements of state law.
Yes.
That's my motion.
Okay.
Can we,
That's my preference.
okay. Since Member Paulton
I
brought it back
have
to
it
them.
written. I think if we're gonna take up that motion?
So the motion on the floor was to pass
Recommend passage on first reading 26-93.
2693. There's no motion to amend at this point, right? We were just
Right.
discussing.
So I can make the motion for all the things one
Okay.
time,
Sure. Member Rollins Fernandez.
after we pause discussion.
Okay. Would you like to make that, would you like to offer that, the motion to amend at this point?
After we pause all of our discussion. I wrote it down, so I can include that to strike the last sentence, to restore the language, to add the, so I can make all that motion one time.
Okay. I don't see anybody else looking to comment or question on the main motion at this point. So if you would like to offer that amendment, I think this
Sure.
would be an opportune time.
Okay, I move to amend section 10 on page 4 by removing the brackets around all boards and commissions, the circulation in the county. So we would remove the brackets, which would restore that language. Then to that first sentence, it would read, all boards and commissions shall hold public hearings whenever required or deemed necessary, and shall provide due notice in conformance with public notice in state law.
Deputy Corporation Counsel, I think she's looking to you for like acknowledgement or agreement that that is what you had recommended.
Yes, with
Okay.
one exception. Right after the word notice, I think requirements
Notice requirements, sorry. Okay,
in
thank you.
state law. And then yes.
Okay, notice requirements in state law. Further, to strike the last sentence that's underscored, strike the policies may include a requirement that the mayor identify applicants and initiatives to recruit and vet applicants. And that is my motion.
Thank you, Member
To get
Rollins
a second.
Fernandez. Can I get a second? I don't know if you and I can.
You can. Why would you not be able to?
Oh, no, we were here for this one. Sorry, we weren't here for the January 2nd or the June 2nd one. so
You
we
just couldn't make the motion for a reconsideration.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So then moved by Member Rollins Fernandez, seconded by Member Johnson. Any discussion? Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Okay, so mahalo for taking this one up. And, okay, so in section 16 that is being stricken from the charter, or is being proposed to be stricken, it says any applicant for nomination shall not be public. So that is being removed, which would help with what Member Johnson was explaining about wanting that transparency, and that when drafting the legislation, I worked with OCS to put something stronger so that it wouldn't just be silent. So, I'm removing the prohibition or, any applicant for nomination shall not be public. So removing that, and then taking a step further and saying that there will be an expectation that applicants it'll be available to, the list will be available to the public. And that can be added to the application form that would inform anyone applying to a board and commission that their names would not be private. And then that they would be waiving that right to privacy or expectation to privacy. And that was something I spoke with Deputy Corp Counsel Colby about on Tuesday, about whether the fact pattern that OIP opined on included that consideration of waiving that right to privacy in an application. And I think he said no, but I can ask him.
Deputy Corporation Counsel.
Without looking at exactly what you guys are going to propose in an ordinance, I can't say what exactly, but certainly some information, it's a balancing test. Significant privacy interest versus the rights to know. So we always redact some information and don't provide it to the public in an application. And I think if you put language into an application form, we could go through that analysis and but if it's a code provision and it's objected to, we can fix it.
And so, I mean, that doesn't say that in the charter. It was just, that's what this section, additional policies on the process for appointments to boards and commissions may be established by ordinance, means that we could clarify that process and weigh that privacy interests, and it would just be the name, like it wouldn't be their contact information and all that stuff, their birth dates, their social security numbers. That wouldn't be that. But yeah, so that's the purpose of that section. Mahalo for allowing me to make the motion. I saw my neighbor with his hand up.
Neighbor, with your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. I just, for my clarification, an applicant, there's 10 people who apply. Their names are not private. 3 people are selected, they're nominees. The 7 people who were not selected have total privacy, just their name. They don't have their professions and all the other stuff, the criteria. The 3 actual nominees who would be coming before us or before a group to be assessed would have all full disclosure so that you could make a thorough assessment of their suitability and any potential conflicts. But the 7 people who were initially asked and volunteered and were interviewed by the Blue Ribbon Committee or whoever, their information that was given to them would be private. Is that what we're talking about?
Except for the name, you said?
Yeah, except for the name. And that's what he said.
Except for the names.
Yes.
I'm saying.
And so the
that
answer to your question is yes.
Their
like
information
that.
would be disclosed to the Blue Ribbon Committee or the IMB because they have to know that. But if they don't make the cut for whatever reason, they won't, because that's one of the impediments for people willing to volunteer. It's like, yes, indeed, I'm going to volunteer, so of course I'll do that. But if I'm not selected, I'm not going to go through all that. But you can keep all the information because I do want to serve. So I just want to see if we're on the same page with that, because I think that lack of disclosure was maybe being a little misunderstood.
Yes, if I understand you correctly, the answer is yes. And that would be something that we would further delve deeper into when we introduce a bill and is not affected by this particular. This just wouldn't prohibit us from doing that.
Okay. Does that meet with Mr. Johnson's interpretation?
Yeah, I'm following along, and it sounds like exactly where we want to go with this.
Thank you, Chair, for indulging me.
Thank you, neighbor, with your hand up. Any additional discussion on the motion to amend? Seeing none, all in favor? Oh, you have additional discussion? Okay. So all in favor of the motion to amend, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Chair, I see 8 ayes, 0 noes, and Member Hudgens excused. Motion passes.
Okay, so back to the main motion as amended. Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. So Section 5 in this proposal is also being proposed to be amended by the Board of Ethics Reso, which is Reso 26-95. And so we need to make sure that if both resolution or if both proposals pass, that Section 5 in this resolution is consistent with Section 5 in the Board of Ethics resolution.
Thank you, Member Rollins Fernandez. My understanding was that if they both pass, that would occur, but I guess I would defer to Mr. Hanano or Corporation Counsel on the matter. So the question, gentlemen, before us is, if both this proposal passes and the proposal to allow for the Board of Ethics to have that second consecutive term pass, that Section 5 will automatically be adjusted.
Yes, I think what happens is And I don't know, maybe OCC has a better understanding of how this works, but the revised our statutes has to like merge it together to, you know, turn into one section that encompasses both amendments. Because I don't think we can like incorporate it and put it on the ballot. It has to be considered separately. And then if it passes, because one may pass, one may not, if they both pass, then I think there needs to be some kind of adjustment on the
And
final.
Chair, we did make a provision in the charter empowering the clerks to make housekeeping changes for us. Deputy Clerk.
Deputy Clerk.
Without looking at the language that we're talking about, I don't have those right in front of me, but yes, if both passed and they didn't conflict, then the language in both would be included in the new version of the charter.
Thank you very much. Member Paulton.
Am I wrong in the reading of that number 5 that it is kind of housekeeping-ish? And so we could just not.
Yes. So my proposal has housekeeping, and I just wanted to make sure that the housekeeping in both were the same, because when I look at it, there's a few differences, which is not substantive, but as much as possible for the housekeeping to be consistent.
I'm okay with consistency, but if it's just housekeeping in this section, does it need to be there?
I would defer to our lawyers in the matter.
Okay, I think I can kind of make them as consistent as possible in a motion.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like, based on my reading of it, that it's just housekeeping and trying to make the language in that section conform to the drafting requirements of Office of Consular Services.
I guess my question is, if one is substantive, meaning that, you know, the proposal to allow for the Board of Ethics to have consecutive terms, you know, that's like the whole point of that one. And then in this one, it's housekeeping. Should this committee choose to recommend both, can we ask staff to revise this second one so that it's consistent with the first one after it gets passed out of committee, so that it would be clean before it comes to full council? Or is that something we have to wordsmith on the floor?
I think the word you're looking for is legislative intent. Can we legislative intent that?
I'm looking to Mr. Hanano and Mr. Colby on this one.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, it would be conforming 26-95 to match 2693, which appears to be maybe, like I said, amendments to make it conform to OCS drafting standards, as well as there may be some clarity amendments.
Okay.
But I don't see any.
So that being the case, my preference would be to move forward with the main motion, and that if there are conflicts in between now and when it comes before us at full council, that OCS help us to make sure that the two proposals are able to be worked together. Any further discussion on the main motion as amended? Okay, seeing none. All in favor of the main motion as amended, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay?
Chair, that's 9 ayes, 0 noes. Motion passes.
Thank you, members. Okay, so that's the I and B. The other two that I heard strong preferences for reconsideration are claims and the vacancy on a council. Is there a preference for which ones we take up first? Claims. Okay. Can I have a motion to reconsider claims?
So
Moved by
moved.
Member Sugimura. I'll take
Second.
second from Member Rollins Fernandez. Member Sugimura, would you like to speak to this one? Or would you like the introducers to speak to this one?
I think the introducers can, but we sure have talked about this. Please, clerks.
Okay.
Important one
Let
word.
me find my notes on this one.
I can introduce it if you want. It's just changing clerks to corp counsel. That's all it is. That's the whole amendment.
Chair, can I just really briefly, this is Tom Colby.
Yes.
Can I identify as resources on, if there's any debate on this, Mr. John Gores and Heather Andronicton and the risk manager, Lydia Toda?
No objections, Chair.
No objections. Okay, wait. I finally found my notes on this matter, and there is a little bit more to it than that. So I guess, members, for your consideration and to help with our discussion, I've transmitted the committee report and minutes to the Policy, Economic Development, and Agriculture Committee, or from the Policy, Economic Development, and Agriculture Committee. In 2018, that committee passed a charter amendment that would require claims to be filed with the Department of Corporation Counsel instead of the Office of the County Clerk. The proposal appeared on the 2018 ballot, but ultimately did not pass, receiving a 38.8% yes votes and 43.3% no votes. These results are also included in my transmittal. It's number 5 on Granicus. I also did want to recognize that Deputy Corporation Counsel had additional resource personnel he wanted to have designated. I did not see objections to them being designated. So can I ask that those individuals please come down to the floor at this time? Oh. Sure. Oh, that's what you were trying to tell me. See, you were mentioning chair. I thought you were trying to talk to me. I didn't realize you meant a physical chair. I was Okay, so I understand that this was a very spirited debate on the second. Member Johnson and I were not here for that. And so I'd like to offer both the clerks and Corporation Counsel the ability to make remarks before we get into discussion. I'll give you each 2 minutes. For Corporation Counsel, I recognize that there's a lot of you, so I'll look to Mr. Colby to manage the time on that point. But just so that we can all be brought back up. No. The clerks, 2 minutes. Yep, and Corporation Counsel, 2 minutes. Not 2 minutes per body that's in a chair. Yes, it is 2 minutes per organization, just to bring us back up to speed and to make any remarks that you think are pertinent for our consideration on this matter. I'll start with the clerks.
Thank you, Chair. So to get us up to speed, we presented this because currently what happens is claimants come in and file with us. They believe that we are their point of contact, and they are frustrated when we are not able to give them any type of information on status and so forth. So it would be more appropriate to have this at Corporation Counsel, who has access to status and so forth, as opposed to what's happening right now is we're calling down there, referring the people that come in, and then trying to give them the information when they show back up. So we're just looking to put it in the department where it is actually handled. Similar to what Honolulu City and County does. They file there at Corporation Counsel as well.
Thank you. All right, Corporation Counsel, Mr. Colby, I will defer to you on managing time for opening remarks on this matter.
Okay, just briefly, at the last meeting, I indicated that there was a conflict issue, and I'm going to defer to Mr. Gores, who is a litigator, to explain that further.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the council. This is not just a claims issue, as it seems to be acutely phrased in the reso. There is a significant issue here. The filing or giving of a notice of claim is technically a jurisdictional act for purposes of a lawsuit. In other words, if it isn't done properly, if it isn't done timely, or if it isn't done at all, that lawsuit can be dismissed. Now, in the last 6 to 8 months, I've had 5 lawsuits involving fact issues concerning the filing of the claim. If it comes to our office, our office becomes the witness, and we can no longer be the advocate or the legal representative in the legal proceedings. That, in turn, will, as much as you like, or don't like will result in our coming here and requesting special counsel. Now, that's not cheap. And given the fact I've had 5 in the last 6 to 8 months, let's assume 100 grand of special counsel, that's $500,000. We have 10 litigators in our section. If each one of them has that, now we're up to $5 million for simply changing it to the corp counsel. Now, when we look at the HRS, the legislature has made it clear that they prefer to have a certain designated representative from the council be the recipient. You get to designate the person in the charter, but if you don't, the default is either the council chair or the clerk of the county, because they receive the filings, the important papers. It's the second most important duty the clerk has. All right?
Thank you, Mr. Gores. Okay, so I understand that there was some very lively debate the last time around. Since Member Johnson and I were not here for that, I would.
Do you have me mistaken for someone else? Because
I thought you were. I don't know. My notes say that you weren't here for the first round of.
He wasn't physically here, but I think he was virtually here. He was
Oh.
virtually.
Yeah. So my notes said that you and I were not, and so I thought.
I certainly remember this debate, but
I was going to give you the opportunity to start your round of questioning because you weren't here. But
even so, it just doesn't mean that I can't bring it back up.
No.
So-
But since I guess my logic was that because you did not have the opportunity to ask questions the first time around, I was going to give you first crack this time.
I remember this, and I could see the clerks shaking their heads today. So we might have. It shouldn't be about me, he being here or not. We should hear it from them.
No, that wasn't it. I was just giving you first opportunity.
My opportunity to speak is to ask questions to the clerk. What say you? What we just heard from
I
Corporation
have a lot to
Counsel.
say about that. What the law says, because I am a litigation attorney as well and was in court
Wait, hold on.
counsel
Before we
handling
get
claims.
so I guess we will start the questions and comments from the members. I started with Member Johnson. Can we do 3 minutes in this round? Staff, can you start the timer?
I'm sorry, what's the calculation? 3 minutes, that's 27 minutes, and we have to adjourn at 4 p.m.?
Oh, I forgot it was 4.
Or, I don't know. What time are we adjourning?
No, there were members who had to leave at 4. You're right.
You can keep going. I'm out of here at 4 because I've had
Understood.
enough of this talking.
I will keep my comments quick. So moving forward, clerks, what say you?
It's that it's dismissal of state law claims. So that is the precursor, is that you must file a claim first. But I think really what is being missed here is that ultimately risk management handles it. So coming before this body and saying that we're making witnesses of the attorneys is really just a red herring. You can have it accepted by risk management, which is directly responsible to responding to these claims and has oversight of these claims. But giving it to us makes absolutely no sense, and it's not our second most important role. Our most important role is elections, and our second is handling council matters up here and acting as parliamentarians. Claims is not.
Risk management is in your department?
Risk management is the Department of Corporation Counsel. We are it, all right? We don't actually process those claims. The claims are actually processed by the third-party administrator. That's who processes them. But I want to touch on for you, Councilmember Johnson and Councilmember Cook, Councilmember Rollins-Fernandez, Councilmember Paulton, everybody. The second paragraph of the clerk's charter designated duty is to take charge of, safely keep, and dispose of all books, papers, and records which may properly be filed in the clerk's office. Our office doesn't have that duty. Only the clerks do. And there's a reason why it's filed in the clerk's office. Because, and I heard Chair Lee mention it this morning, you hold the purse strings. You get to see as they come in what the potential exposure is. The public has known this for decades and decades. It's pretty much the way of the world throughout the country, except for apparently Honolulu, who's willing to bear the burden of hiring special counsel. but they have a bigger tax base than we do. Okay? So the real question is, do you want us as your lawyers or do you want us as your witnesses? We can't really go into court and try to vouch for the fact, yeah, we received this or we didn't receive this. Or in the most recent case I had, what they were claiming they filed was something completely different than what the clerk's office was telling us they had filed. You don't want us to be in that position because once that happens, we're out.
Okay, I appreciate your comments, Mr. Gores, and the amount of money we spend on private counsel, special counsel is absurd, so I hear where you're coming from, but obviously there's other council members to speak on this, and it sounds like the clerks don't agree with that assessment. So I'll pass it on. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Johnson. Member Rollins-Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I guess, how does the Honolulu City and County handle the filing of claims? Do they have to hire a special counsel because they then conflict themselves out?
No, they don't handle it that way. And there's a way for corporation counsel and risk management to work this out so that they can handle it the same way city and county does. It really just comes down ultimately to the fact that our members of the public need someone forward-facing that can give them status. And that's why I believe corporation counsel in city and county handles it that way. They can have their risk management go out and speak to them just like our corporation counsel can do as well. And timestamping will address when things are received. The legal department takes all kinds of very important documents every single day and can easily keep track of when claims are received for purposes of litigation matters if it gets to that.
Mr. Gore, so risk management is a different division than the litigation division. So why would litigators then be conflicted out if risk management receives the claims?
They are us. It's that simple. They are the Department of Corporation Counsel, just like the litigation section is a section, they are also. And the reality is that if we accept these, and we have to, we are now taking on a different role, a whole new perspective of, okay, we are going to have to vouch for this, all right? That's really what it comes down to. And
Mr. Gore, I'm inclined to pass this and put it on the ballot for the voters to decide. Do you know how you would make that work? I'm also supportive of adding more resources to risk division to enable this to, work out. But if Honolulu can do it, then I think we can too.
well, I'm well aware. I actually requested input from colleagues throughout the country who are actually litigators and are continuing to litigate and haven't taken any breaks from litigating. And they said, so you're trying to make yourself a witness. That's what you're trying to do. You really can't have it both ways. And I will tell you, as a plaintiff's lawyer, I always made it a point to try to figure out a way to conflict out the defense counsel on the other side. And there was a reason for that. Drove up the expenses and forced them to try to settle the case. All right? It really isn't much different here, and you would probably notice that with some of the cases I've had to come in here with.
So, Mr. Gore, have you seen that happen in Honolulu?
I don't practice in Honolulu, okay?
Because I understand what you're saying to us, but if there isn't evidence that that's happening in Honolulu and they're handling claims this way, then perhaps we can find that same way to balance it.
Well, you're assuming it's working in Honolulu. You don't know what they're doing in terms of having to hire special
I asked
counsel.
the clerks, and
Well, that's great, but we don't have anybody here from Honolulu to actually explain what they're doing or how they're doing it. And I think that
I
would
heard
be
the timer,
important.
and maybe my neighbor can then follow up with the clerks on citing their source of the information that I had asked for.
Neighbor with your hand.
Decorum in the court. Oh, okay.
I was just going
I
down the
think it's
line,
going
but if
down
you're
the
willing to
line.
defer to member.
It's not by raise of
Paulton.
hand. It's you or next.
May I?
Yeah, if you would like to defer to member Paulton, I can switch up the order. Member Paulton.
I'm just wondering if this was on the ballot in 2018, what has changed significantly till 2026? I know Lahaina burned down, that's a significant, there's COVID, but what what changed, that we think that the voters are going to have like we have a limited number of slots of things, charter amendments, that we don't want to overwhelm. And if it's already been on the ballot, like within our recent lifetime history of memory, why are we putting it on again when the voters already told us no? It would be like us asking again, do you still want 10 lifetime terms, like for us? Because we're so awesome and the previous people weren't so awesome. And so do you still want 10 lifetime terms or no? Like you want us to keep going merry-go-round like how Kauai does? So that's my question. Like it already went on the ballot. We have a limited number of, like we have more charter amendments than we want to put on it. So why would we put it on again when they kind of told us what they wanted? Like they told us they wanted us to serve 10 years and be POW, and I'm gonna listen to that. I'm not gonna say, you sure? Because how awesome I am.
I think
you don't want me to serve longer? Because
I
I don't
think we
want to serve
understand the
longer.
question. Clerks,
Thank you.
can you
Thank
respond to the question of what changed since the last time this went before the voters?
I think it's exactly what you just pointed out. The Lahaina fires and the Kula fires, and just the overall increase in the number of claims that we've received is what's generating us trying to resolve this problem and provide a better service to our public.
So when there weren't a lot of claims, people said, no, it's not a problem. But do we know the number of claims that there were like in 2016 versus the number of claims there are in 2026?
I could get that information for you.
Ms. Toda.
Yeah.
Oh, 2025 and 2018.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Toda.
Thank you, Chair. So to answer your question, we had in the calendar year 2023, 92 claims, 2024, 59 claims, and last year, 70 claims.
70. And do we know how much we had in like 2017, 2018?
I don't have that information in front of me, but that's easy to get.
Okay, yeah, can we write it down?
And can I ask my staff to check that? Because I don't think, with the wildfires alone, we were getting massive packets. If you combine them and say, this is a wildfire claim and it has 200 people in it, that's one thing, but it's a different ballgame for us.
Okay, so can we ask that question in writing so we can get like, maybe ask it to both?
Staff, did you get the question?
And the defendant, whoever.
Member Paulton, can you repeat the question for staff so that they can transmit it in writing to both the clerks and Corporation Counsel?
Oh, clerks and yeah. Can we know the number of claims annually for like 23, 24, 25, and 2016, 2017, 2018? And, for the plaintiffs, defendants, corp counsel, the clerks.
Going back 10 years.
I guess the 3 years leading up to the 2018 charter amendment and the 3 years leading up to this 2026 charter amendment would help me make my decision, I guess.
Staff, did you get that? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Paulton. Back to you, Member Cook.
Thank you. So my question for Corp Counsel is there any procedures where you have a firewall within your department to insulate from the prosecution and risk management? Because this is what I think we're looking at and what I hear is that no, if it's given to Corp Counsel, then it's sort of like you're going to negate. So I'll give you a chance to.
The problem we have is if it becomes an issue, Councilmember Cook, we have to come into the courtroom, and the witness that's going to testify is going to be Ms. Toda, let's say. Ms. Toda, you work for the Department of Corporation Counsel, correct? Yep. And you work with them on a daily basis, right? Yeah. And you're here to help the county and the lawyers that you work for defend this case, right? Yeah. They're going to impugn the credibility. is really what it comes down to. In this situation where we've got it right now, we've got independent people who are charged with the duty to keep things safe. Now, I want to comment, Ms. Ludi mentioned, well, we receive filings all the time. We don't receive filings. We are served with process. Process is a summons, which is an order from the court to answer something, all right? That document has already been filed, and who has it been filed with? The clerk of court. It's typically the duty of a clerk to accept filings of important papers.
Thank you, Member Cook.
Oh, yeah. I hear it going back and forth. I'm just saying, so I'm really curious how Honolulu does it. And there again, it's like, I hear when you say, well, we don't know how Honolulu's doing it, but so that to me is really the pivotal point that I would like, Chair, if we could inquire of some type of reference of how they do it and whether it's working or not. I wouldn't want to duplicate something that isn't working, and if it is working, maybe there's a methodology that we could adopt.
Thank you, Member Cook. I hear your question. I think part of the issue is going to be that if we don't take action today, I don't know what, if we're going to have enough time to revisit this before it needs to be passed through full council and then be put on the ballot. So we might have to make a decision with incomplete information. I'm just giving you that heads up now. But I hear the question. Member Hodgins.
Thank you, Chair. Can somebody remind me of the situation in which Corp Counsel would require to be a witness? If what now? If it's not done correctly, if there's some sort of, can you say that again?
There are issues that come up in litigation regarding the act of filing or what was filed, all right? The most recent one that I finished, there was an issue about what actually got filed because they were trying to change their claim, all right?
Okay.
They have to file the claim with us, tell us how much it is, and there's the requirements under the statute.
Okay.
In that situation, I had already told them I'm going to be calling the clerks. And because I was able to do that, they backed down and we got rid of the case. All right.
So what is the difference between when somebody files with either the clerks for their claims and when somebody files like a building permit or an SMA application, all of which are reviewed by the same department that they filed with?
The other departments do not represent the county in legal proceedings. We
Right.
represent the county in legal proceedings. And that's where the issue comes up. If we're going to be the party that is the witness, for example.
I think SMAs sometimes go to court, as we see, and some of our buildings and some of our subdivisions.
But we're not the witness in the Department of the Corporation Counsel. A different department is, okay? We can use the people in the departments to be the witnesses. That's our client, okay? But when it comes into our office, we are the advocate, and suddenly we are also the witness. And there is one particular judge that wasn't happy about it here, and it has cost us a lot of money because a corp counsel was considered to be a witness, okay? And that has become very expensive, my understanding.
How often does that happen? That's an off-the-record conversation.
Well, you know how many times I've been here already on special counsel where we have conflicts. The witness issue is what we call a conflict issue. Okay, if we're a witness, we can't be an advocate.
And that would be the same for risk management, or if you had somebody solely dedicated to receiving claims?
They're us. That's the whole deal. The designation is going to be the Department of Corporation Counsel receives these. We're the Department of Corporation Counsel. We are the people vouching for what was filed, what wasn't filed. And then at the same time, we're going to go in and vouch for the credibility in the courthouse, not on a minor issue, but most likely on a major one.
Then how do you folks find a firewall for certain things when some people, like when we have our great meetings and some people are conflicted out, but others are not, like when you join us on the floor for certain cases? Where do you find that firewall?
All right, let me,
I don't want to say any names because those people are extremely litigious. Right? We're not name dropping here. But there are times when you join us on the floor for other situations with Corp Counsel has been conflicted out.
well, let me explain that one for you so you understand.
Succinctly, please.
Yeah.
I wasn't here for the events alleged. I was never
Right.
in this
And
office.
if you weren't there when the items are collected, is that not the same argument?
No, because I am there right now. I'm here, all right?
That you're here,
I'm
but you wouldn't be there when it's collected.
Yeah, but I'm in the office. I mean,
Okay.
the problem is if I had
You're
been in the
here.
office at the time the events that we were alleged to be witnesses in, I have a problem, okay?
Okay, I hear you.
But now I want to go back to your firewall issue.
Oh, yeah.
The one issue, the one question, the one thing that was just pointed out to me is that risk management in Honolulu is not part of the Department of Corporation Counsel.
Oh, so you're telling me you guys need to be separated?
I'm just telling you that risk management in Honolulu is part of the Department of Finance.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And from a litigation perspective, given privilege and things like that, I would prefer to keep the risk management division inside of Corporation Counsel because they are working at our direction in Corporation Counsel. It becomes protected work product.
Okay, thank you.
Wait just a minute. Now Lydia wants to add to this,
Oh.
so just a moment.
Very, very quickly, please.
Thank you. Sorry, I won't belabor this, but just for some historical information, when I started in 2012, the Risk Management Division was lodged within the Department of the Finance. And a year later, we got moved to the Department of the Corporation Counsel with Patrick Wong at that time as the head of Corp Counsel. So he was the one who moved us over. And this is the situation we currently have. But in Honolulu, and I'm in touch with the other risk managers in the state and in Honolulu, City County, and in the state of Hawaii. They are not lodged within the Department of the Corporation Counsel. They're with DAGS. So there's no conflict in that sense.
And we also don't physically have.
Thank you. Member Senenzi.
Thank you, Chair, and mahalo for the discussion. Yeah, I'm not a great discussion. At this point, I would leave it to the voters at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Senenzi. Chair Lee and then Member Sugimura.
I would never leave this to the voters because they don't understand how the county works. And, judging by the strong arguments that Corp Counsel is putting up against the small crew of the Office of Counsel's county clerks, I can't imagine why you should have put risk management back into finance where it belongs. That's the answer, instead of making up all these scenarios where you'd be in conflict. I doubt that. I highly doubt that. And look at how the charter was formed with the default being the council chair. Now, how ridiculous is that? Why not put the council member from Lanai? He has just as much staff as I do. It's totally ridiculous. This whole issue is ridiculous. It doesn't belong, the claims doesn't belong in the county clerk's office. Look how much responsibilities they have with elections alone. And then they have us, which makes their life miserable. So I think, realistically, claims should be in finance or another place, but not in the county clerks. And I don't think that look at us having all these long discussions, which the public is not privy to. Who the heck wants to watch this, at night? It's ridiculous. It's boring. So, the public is not in a position to be aware of all the nuances and all the information that we're privy to. I say, let's not leave claims in county clerk's office, and for all the reasons I just gave. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Member Sugimura.
So I think that's the answer, that claims should be in finance. State is with DAGS, which is Department of Accounting and General Services, so it has similar functions. But so what do we do with this proposed resolution?
Throw it in the rubbish can.
And can we just do a code, code amendment? Can we just do a code amendment? I mean, how did Pat Wong move this at that time?
So I guess to your question, those are two separate items, right? Like
Right.
risk management being moved from finance over to corporation counsel is one thing. Who is responsible for accepting claims is a charter question because it's set forth in charter. But I guess, who are you asking the question of?
Whoever, I'm trying to get rid of this.
So I guess, to corporation counsel, can you please explain how risk management was moved? And then, what was the second question? Oh, to the clerks who introduced this, can you explain why it's necessary to be a charter amendment?
I have important information that I'd like to share.
Well, the clock is Member Sugimura's, so she posed two questions. I just directed
you.
them. Can I
Oh,
ask Corp Counsel to respond? How did risk management get moved?
I was there, even though I've taken a break.
Sure.
I was there. So what happened was, at the time, risk management was over at One Main Plaza, and we were going through risk managers. I think we went through 3 in about a 6-month period. And so there was no one really supervising them at the time, and I was actually on the hiring committee for Ms. Toda. And Pat Wong decided to have their department. You don't remember me? Oh, well, I do. And so we moved them over. We had interviewed about 3 different people on that particular round. And so we moved their risk into Corporation Counsel during that time, in part to provide supervision. Yeah. Maybe what we should do is amend this to have the claims filed at finance.
Okay, let's do that.
Can we amend the charter amendment to say that it'll be done by ordinance and then just deal with it later on?
Rochelle knows.
Yeah, so I guess back to Member Sugimura's question about why this is a charter amendment question, and is there an opportunity to have it addressed via ordinance?
Thank
Deputy
you.
Corporation, or Deputy
Sorry.
Clerk.
It would need to be done by the charter because state law says that the county charter specifies where claims are filed. So it does need to be a charter amendment, not by ordinance.
So we can
Okay,
amend
but
this.
then it doesn't make any sense what Chair Lee and Member Sugimura was saying, that they don't want the voters to decide, because that's what's up for discussion if we're going to let the voters decide.
I guess Member
No, I didn't mean
Sugimura, the
to
rest
say
of us
that.
utilized a bunch of
I
your
didn't say
time.
that.
So can we give her another 30 seconds if she has any additional questions or comments? Did you have anything else?
No,
that you
that's
want?
done.
Okay. So I am still up next, but it seems like Member Rollins Fernandez has a burning question or comment.
No, it's not a question. I have 3 things. Okay, one, it could be what Member Polton is saying. The extent of the injuries and the amount claim has been filed in accordance with county code within the time period as provided by law. One, so then that would be directed by charter to look at code. And then I looked in the Honolulu City and County Charter, section 13-1 111, and it does go to Corporation Counsel explicitly, not to risk management. And I texted a council member, a sitting council member on the Honolulu Council, and he said that they have not run into the situation where their attorneys have been conflicted because they've received claims and needed to hire special counsel frequently. That's all the information I wanted to provide for everyone's consideration because I did that research, Mahalo Chair.
Thank you, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Thank you.
I guess my turn to ask some questions. So, Mr. Gores, one of the arguments you make is that the people who would receive the claims are you and you are them. Corp Counsel is all one entity. But when it's convenient for your department to come before us and put up firewalls, you're able to do so. Can you explain how you're able to do so in certain circumstances and not others?
I just answered that for Councilmember Hudgens. For me, I was never there. I was not potentially a witness.
But the department has claimed that there are firewalls since you have joined the department. I'm not talking about you specifically. I'm talking about how does the department put up firewalls to insulate themselves from certain conflicts and not others?
I am aware of another conflict situation where the newer deputy who wasn't there at the time is also the individual who is the liaison. That's how we have been managing it, is that we have been having people who aren't there at the time that can become the liaisons because they don't know anything about it, okay? And that's how that firewall is created,
Okay,
right?
and so that exists within attorneys, but you're arguing that this firewall cannot be set up with staff in the department?
Well, you're now asking for a firewall between the attorneys and the staff that are there when something happens, and therein becomes the problem. I'm talking about attorneys who were never there at the time the event happened, and they're now the walled off person, so to speak.
Okay.
That's the difference.
To the clerks, how many times have you been called as a witness in one of these claim cases?
Never.
Okay, and so I guess we don't have a solid number that you guys can agree upon as to how many claims were actually filed.
I've got
But-
that.
Oh,
My staff sent it to me. So in 2016 and 2017, there were 91. 2018, 102. 2019, 114. 2023, 80. 2024, 170. 2025, 146. But the numbers that I've given you for 2024 and 2025 don't include every single claimant that came per spreadsheets,
okay.
because we
understood.
got spreadsheets for the fire victims.
So I guess to Mr. Gores, if this has never been an issue in the past, why are you so concerned with it becoming a problem moving forward?
It hasn't been an issue in the past because we have a witness we can share with them that we're going to use. Now what you're going to do is take the witness away from us and make us the witness. That's the difference. Part of it is you don't have to call someone if you can get them to back down, and that's part of the litigation process. And so, if you take a look at how many cases actually go to trial, ultimately, it isn't very many. But the reality is you got to build your case, and you got to know who you can use, and you got to tell them who you're going to use. And if suddenly it becomes people in your own office, guess what? You're out. Okay. And then so when the other side realizes they're going to have a problem because we have witnesses that are going to blow them out of the water because they have the duty, the obligation to keep things safe so that we can later use them in litigation. That's why.
Thank you, Mr. Gores. Okay, so, I see Member Paulton. You have a follow-up to that?
If we're giving folks a roadmap on how to win cases against us, shouldn't this have been an executive session? Just checking, because now we're not dismissing cases. Or Mr. Hanano looking at me. that an answer?
I think we're fine. We're just talking about.
This doesn't happen.
We're talking about
Oh,
theories
and it doesn't
and
happen.
things in general. It's not
They're
in.
being spared the
Okay.
torture that we're subjecting ourselves to.
Chair Lee.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to clarify for the record. When I said that the people, the voters, would probably not be capable of making a good decision on a question like this, is because of the complexity of this matter, and they don't really know how the county operates, internally. So my position is that, and thank you, Member Rollins Fernandez, for dredging up all of that good information about city and county and and why we should not continue to expect the county clerk's office to continue to accept these claims. It should be placed in another office, and if the voters have to vote on it, that's fine. But I don't know how, I don't know why the state required a charter amendment for something like this. It just doesn't make sense. But thank you.
Thank you, Chair Lee. Okay, so we've now done one round of question, and it's been about an hour and a half since we've reconvened. I would like to ask for a quick recess so I can confer with staff, because I am unclear on how to proceed from here. So can I ask for a 10-minute break? We reconvene at 2:55. Thank you, members. Will the great committee meeting please come back to order? It is 2:57 p.m. So we have roughly an hour left with the full body here with us. So to keep things moving along, I'd like to propose the following course of action. We recommend passage of Resolution 2661 on first reading. That will then bring the total number of charter amendments that we have recommended passage to 8. We have one more that the body indicated that they wanted to bring up for reconsideration. That's vacancy. So that would potentially bring us up to 10, right? So this would be 9. That would be 10. I got the sense from the body that we would probably want to whittle down the number of ballot questions. So at that point, if we wanted to cut this, we could. I would just look to the body to get a sense of what a digestible amount of questions would be for the public, and then what are the ones we want to prioritize. My personal feeling on this one is that, it doesn't belong with the clerks, and I think that there are some issues that were brought up by Corporation Counsel with it being them. I don't know if solving some of those, all of those issues would require charter amendments. I think there are paths towards resolution in the future. But I think the first step would be to us, one, decide it should go on the ballot. Two, the public should weigh in as to whether or not it should be an amendment. And then at that point, we can consider mitigation measures. Because I do think that there are departmental reorgs that can be done, or code amendments that can be done to address most of the concerns that were brought before us. So that being the case, for the rest of this meeting, I'd like to start with by entertaining a motion to pass Resolution 2661 on first reading.
So moved.
Okay, wait, I missed who came from. I got Member Uuhajin. Okay, so Chair Lee, and then can I get a second from Vice Chair Uuhajin? Second. Okay. I guess for discussion, I asked that we keep it brief, because I actually think that most of the questions and comments have been said already, and that if this becomes one of the ones we really want to push for when we prioritize the ballots, we have that discussion at that time. Member Sugimura.
Thank you, Chair. So based upon the discussion from clerks and Corp Counsel, and looking at where we are, I would like to propose an amendment to take out on page, item number 1, be it resolved, number 1, and to the top of the first page, and delete Corp Counsel and add Director of Finance. So put risk management where it was in the Department of Finance, because it sounds like it's being misplaced where it is with Corp Counsel as well as with Clerk's Office.
Okay.
Second.
So we have a motion to amend on the floor. It's made by Member Sugimura, seconded by Chair Lee, and it would be to place the onus for receiving claims with the Director of Finance. Is that correct?
Thank you.
Second.
We already had a second from Chair Lee. But if you would like to speak in support of the amendment, I'm happy to. Yeah, Member Paulton.
I think this would be just step 1, and then step 2 would have to be to move risk management back to finance, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I can be supportive.
And that would be not today.
It would
not-
need to be
not
a
through
charter
this.
amendment to
Yes, not a
move
charter.
risk management back to finance.
No.
No.
So if it passes, then we do that.
Administrative.
If it goes on the ballot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I guess this would be step 1, to move it out of the clerk's office. It sounds like there's appetite to move it to finance. Any further discussion on the matter?
No.
Member Johnson.
Well, of course, I'd like to hear from Department of Finance before we just give this to responsibility to them. I don't like doing bills where we don't work with the administration. That kind of is one of my things. But I also feel like let's hear what Corporation Counsel has to say. What do you guys say about moving it over to finance?
Mr. Gores.
Well, first of all, I do not know if finance has the infrastructure, the resources, the capabilities, the communication networks that are required that the clerks currently have. That's my first concern. I'm not really sure if the finance department knows how to communicate with the third-party administrator. There is that aspect too. So I'm not sure how this is going to work. It just seems like there needs to be, if you're going to do that, there needs to be more discussion about can it be done, how would it be done.
Well, that's the issue we
Yeah.
have right now. It's 3 o'clock and we have to decide by today.
Yeah.
And I don't like being backed in a corner on a timeline. I feel like this could be kind of discussed with the departments. Everybody who's at play here should have came to the council a little bit with the discussions have happened. Because like we've been talking about, we have a lot on the ballot already, and to add one more, finance isn't even here. You know, we're just going to say, here you go. So this is hard for me to amend it, and it's also hard for me to vote it as a main motion, as amended, or the main motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Johnson. Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. If it's going to be changed to finance, then the effective date and the intention is to move risk management back to finance department. I think it would take longer than 2 months to do. So the effective date would also need to be changed. And I don't have a suggestion for how long that would take. But I know not January 2nd or 1st, 2027.
I hear you, Member Rollins Fernandez. Any further discussion on the matter? Okay. It sounds like we would need a roll call for this particular amendment. Staff? So the motion on the floor is to amend Resolution 26-61 to change the recipient of the claims from Corporation Counsel to the Director of Finance. Everybody clear on the vote that we are about to take? Okay. Staff, can you please do a roll call?
Okay. Chair, proceeding with roll call votes. Councilmember Cook?
Aye.
Councilmember Johnson?
No.
Council Chair Alice Lee?
Aye.
Councilmember Paulton?
No.
Councilmember Rollins Fernandez?
No.
Councilmember Sinensi?
Aye.
Councilmember Sugimura?
Aye.
Committee Vice Chair Uhajins?
Aye.
Committee Chair Batangan?
No.
Okay. Chair, that's 5 ayes, 4 noes. Motion passes.
So we're back to the main motion as amended. Member Rollins Fernandez.
I don't know. The finance department should be included immediately if this is where it's going to go. Like they're.
Yes,
Oh.
I voted no, and that's why I voted no. But
Oh,
the
okay.
measure passed 5-4.
Wait, can we count it again? Because
I counted 5-4 ayes.
Gabe Johnson said yes.
Shane said yes. So the
he was
measure
the
passed.
tiebreaker. I'm just kidding. Member Sinensi.
So the measure, the amendment passed 5-4. So the bill before us now is to have claims be received by the Director of Finance.
Yes, and my request is to have finance director contacted immediately, and I would like to table this.
I called her and she went straight to voicemail.
Yeah, I texted her too, and the effective date needs to be amended as well. So
Agreed.
I would like this to be tabled to the end of the day or something, because if this is the direction that the majority wants to go, like finance department needs to be given an opportunity to speak to this, because this is wrong.
I agree. That's largely why I voted no.
So if we can consider either tabling it, like I'm happy, to, continue talking about this, or, moving it to first reading since today is the deadline, and then taking it up there. But I would not recommend passage to finance without talking to finance and without coming to some kind of better effective date if it is going to be going to them.
Thank you, Member Rollins Fernandez. Member Uhagens.
Thank you. I'm happy to do the same. Can we please table this? And then, depending on what they say, we can go from there. I would like to see somewhat, this is what like Oahu does, but I want to hear from them too. But I guess tabling it for 52 minutes, or really, who knows?
No,
40.
so tabling this would effectively kill the resolution because
Yeah,
we
'cause
wouldn't
today's the
have
day.
enough time for it to get onto the council calendar and then
Right.
onto the ballot itself.
That's not true, because it would be a recommendation from the committee chair. It wouldn't kill it. We would still take up the recommendation from the committee on first reading, and then the full council could do whatever it would want to do.
Wait, if we recommend
Well, we
against
could-
passage, it would still be transmitted to the full council?
No.
So that's why I
So
was
we would
of
have to
the-
recommend passage, if anything, and then at the full
Correct.
council
That's
change
what
it.
that was my understanding.
Yeah.
It would have to be recommended out of committee and then deliberated at full council rather than tabled today. And, because I don't know how it would then be brought up for deliberations at full council.
You would do a discharge.
Okay, so there is a mechanism. Chair, can you help me with that?
Well, do you just wanted to separate this one?
Yes.
So if the main issue is identifying which department right now, maybe that's the hangup right there. That's the impediment. Maybe we should just vote on the motion as it was first proposed, which didn't identify, I don't believe it identified any department.
That's what I recommended half an hour ago, to say like by ordinance. You guys remember that, right? Yes. Okay.
My understanding was that we
better.
couldn't do that because the charter, HRS says that the charter has to be the vehicle through which the recipient of claims is identified. So I guess the options before us now are to recommend passage out of committee so that it could be then debated at first reading, or is Chair Lee, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like we could still discharge the resolution from committee without a recommendation. Is that correct?
Yeah, but it's easier if you just have the maker of the motion withdraw. I will withdraw. We'll just go with the original motion. Okay, and then any issues between now and first reading can be, looked into. I can't imagine why.
I thought Sugimura
if
made
there's-
the motion. I made the
Yeah, yeah.
second. I'll withdraw it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, then we can dispose of it right now and it'll go forward.
Okay.
Okay.
So I guess Member Sugimura, would you be willing to withdraw your? Wait, can we do that if we took the vote?
We would need to reconsider.
Okay, so can somebody?
I move to reconsider.
Okay, so we have a motion to reconsider made by Member Uhagen, seconded by Member Cook. Any further discussion on the matter?
I'm moving to reconsider, considering we haven't heard from finance. And while I understand the movement to be similar to Oahu, I don't want to burden another agency without talking to them first, which I should have thought about before I voted yes, so.
Okay. Any additional discussion on the matter? Okay, so the motion before us is to reconsider that amendment we just passed. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Well, we didn't pass the amendment.
Chair, that's 9 ayes, 0 noes. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Okay,
Chair Lee,
now-
we did pass the amendment.
did.
So
Oh, we did pass the
that
amendment.
was a
Okay,
vote for
sorry.
reconsideration.
Okay.
Now, Member Sugimura and Chair, I thought it was Chair Lee that seconded it. Would you guys be willing to withdraw? Okay, so the motion back before us is the original proposal, which is to have Corporation Counsel to be the ones receiving claims.
I move to discharge, right?
We still, are you going to take that as an amendment to the main motion, or are you going to withdraw the main motion?
I guess that's the pleasure of the body. My recommendation when we came back from recess was just to pass it now so that it would be amongst the 9 or 10 resolutions that we will have before us when we prioritize resolutions. But then we went off in a very different direction.
Chair?
Yes.
If you would allow me, our director weighed in, and he said, any council member can request that any resolution or bill be pulled from committee and placed on the council agenda. Council chair has discretion to post. The first motion would be to discharge from the committee from further consideration of the bill or resolution.
Okay. So that being the case, do we want to just discharge this resolution from the committee without a recommendation and then follow up with finance? Okay, so staff, do I need to take a vote for that? I don't know. I'm not super clear on how the discharge process works.
We just did it in, with the bill about the loud noise, or loud music. So we moved to discharge, we vote on it, and then it just goes right to first reading of the full council, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so.
Yep, so right now, there's still the main motion on the floor to pass the resolution, so you'd have to withdraw that, and then you could do the discharge.
Can I ask who made it and second that one? I lost track already.
That was, the first was Chair Lee, followed by Member Hodgins.
Okay, Chair, Committee Vice Chair, would you withdraw?
Withdraw.
Okay, so can I entertain a motion to now discharge this from committee?
So moved.
Moved by Member Hodgins, seconded by Member Cook. Any further any discussion? Okay, seeing none. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. All opposed, nay.
Chair, that's 9 ayes, 0 noes. Motion passes.
Thank you, members. Okay, so the last.
Excuse me, I just want to say one thing, Chair.
Yes, Chair Lee.
I don't know of any department that would say, yes, I'll take it. Just remember that.
Understood. Okay, so the last thing I have on my notes that this body seemed to want to reconsider is vacancies on the council. Member Rollins, thank you, resources from the clerks and risk management. Member Rollins Fernandez, as the introducer of this resolution, would you like to, yes, vacancies, would you like to speak to it?
Mahalo, Chair. Okay, in 45 minutes.
I really thought we're going to end early. When I came here at 10 o'clock, I was not expecting to be in this position.
I think you're a little more optimistic, and he has so much confidence in us. New guy. Okay, I was being.
Okay, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Spinning in a very positive way, but okay. All right, Resolution 26-11, vacancies. I think where we landed in the last meeting when we were discussing this was that we would give council. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I was trying to help you with your thoughts, but
okay.
I should not have.
Give council the ability to call a special council up to a certain time, and our county clerks have vacated the desk, so maybe we could call them back. Because I think we would likely need their guidance and help in coming to some.
Clerk, Deputy Clerk, if you are listening, can you please make your way back to the chamber? If not, can our Ambassador of Aloha please go ask for them to return to the chambers?
Okay. Yeah, and so I think it was going to be up to a certain time frame I don't know, I can't remember if it was something like 6 months.
Sorry, I should not have just thrown this to you that way. We had asked staff to put together a draft CD 1 or 2, I think.
Would you like staff to
Yes, can they distribute
that now?
that?
Okay.
So there was discussion on the matter. I think there was at least, if not consensus, broad agreement on certain points, but not others. So staff put together a PUCA draft based on what they understood our discussion to be leaning towards. The PUCA itself was the tie-breaking mechanism. So what happens if council cannot make a decision? That is before us now. I think given the time constraints that we have and the disagreements on certain details, I just want to get a sense from the body if this is something that we still want to take up or if this is something that would need more work, in which case we would table and then revisit in the next election cycle. If you need a few minutes to read the amendment that was just transmitted, I'm happy to recess for like 5 minutes so that you can have that opportunity. But the ASF that was just transmitted is my best understanding of what the will of the body was last meeting. Member Paulton.
It looks good to me. I just was wondering if somebody that knows the answer could explain what is meant by the election to fill the council vacancy, or plural, to be held in conjunction with such other election. Like, what does that mean practically?
So I think I could attempt a response, but I'd like to ask the clerks to weigh in on that. Did you get the question? Okay, so Member Paulton, can you repeat it?
Sure. I'm not sure what number 4 means. If the election to fill the council vacancy is to be held within 180 days of any other special or general election, require the election to fill the council vacancy to be held in conjunction with such other election. What does it mean to be held in conjunction? Like you hold off until the regular election, or what does that mean exactly?
Right. So what it would mean is that if there's a regular election coming up within 6 months, that we wouldn't hold a special election also within that time. We would just hold it and do it at the same time.
It would just put it off for like 6 months.
It would depend on the timing.
Max 6 months.
Right. Max 6 months.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so members, is there appetite to revisit this this resolution? And if so, does this accurately capture the general sentiment from our last discussion on the matter?
Chair, can staff send me a copy? Thanks.
Sorry, Member Senenzi. Staff, can we email the ASF to Member Senenzi and Chair Lee? And while we do that, I'll ask for a 5-minute recess so that the members have an opportunity to read through the ASF, and Member Senenzi and Chair Lee are able to receive it. So the time is now 3:21 p.m. This meeting is in recess until 3:26 p.m. Will the Great Committee meeting please come back to order? The time is now 3:29 p.m. Okay, members, just for everybody's situational awareness, we have passed, is it 8 resolutions at this point? So this would make 9, and then the discharged one to council, if we were to adopt that, would be 10. I also want to note that this is a PUCA draft, and if we don't feel confident that we can figure out how to fill that PUCA, which is the tie-breaking mechanism, that it may not be worth taking up today. And if that's the case, then my recommendation would be not to file, but to defer it so it can stay on the list of legislation. We can continue to work on this as a proposal in committee at a later date and then have it referred to the next council for their consideration at the next election. This one doesn't seem to be as urgent as some of the other ones if we can't figure out a path forward this afternoon. But we do have a proposal before us. Member Rollins Fernandez, I saw your hand.
Madam Chair, a third option could be also discharge. And then we can give ourselves one last shot if we come up with something that we like.
Oh boy, okay. That is the
And then
third
that would
option.
be Chair Lee's problem. You're welcome. Oh, I didn't turn on my camera. There you go.
No, but
You're
she
welcome.
heard you.
Nobody said thank you.
Okay, so I guess that being the case, members, is there appetite for taking this up right now, or is this something that we think could use a little bit more work and, we might want to work through this, when there's not such a time crunch? Okay, Chair Lee.
Yep. Thank you, Member Rollins Fernandez, for that brilliant idea. However, we can't spend 2 weeks in a council meeting over this one item. The thing is, I didn't feel that we were that close on this one as we were on the previous one we just spoke about. And I think we just go back and forth on this last one. It's a much harder one, complicated.
I would agree.
But thank you for the suggestion.
Okay, members, I think I'm reading the room properly when I don't see an appetite for trying to solve this here and now. So without objection, I will defer this item. Oh, I see a hand. Is that an objection, Member Rollins Fernandez?
It is an objection.
Okay.
I don't have an appetite to pass it as is, incomplete. I know there's ideas, and mahalo to the clerk's office for continuing to help to provide, fill the puka for us with ideas. I don't love this, but I also, I guess I don't see anyone like really feeling deprived of an opportunity to take action on it. I just didn't want to, preempt us from being able to take action on it because the deadline would pass. So I was gonna recommend discharge.
I don't think, we if that is, if that's the will of the body, we can go that route. Would you like to make that motion?
Not really, but.
I'm not recommending it, but if you would like to, I will entertain that, and we can see if there's an appetite from the rest of the body to discharge this as well.
Does anyone think they're gonna have brilliant ideas? Nope. At the next full council? No? Okay. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna work on it anymore either. So.
Okay, so I would like to keep it on my list of legislation, and I think it is worth working on, just not under the constraints that we currently have. So I'll try this again. If there are no objections, I would like to defer this item. Thank you, members. Okay, so it sounds like that's the last one that we really wanted to bring up for reconsideration. Staff, that means we now have 7 or 8 How many do we?
From our committee discussion, there's 7.
Okay, so 7, and that's today, or is that, that's inclusive or exclusive of Member Paulton's reso that had previously passed?
That's not including, so that would be 8 total.
So we currently have 8 that we're recommending to go on the ballot, plus the discharged resolution that would potentially bring us up to 9. Do we feel that that is too many? I don't know what the appropriate number is, but like personally, I feel that that's a little high. Staff, can you read back the 8 resolutions that are being recommended, or is it 7?
Well, so besides the 25-135, the one from Councilmember Paulton that already passed from
And give us the resolution number and the title, so that people know it.
So we have Resolution 25-216, proposed charter amendment on standardizing deadlines related to voter initiative, recall, and charter amendments. That's great. -10, parent 4. Number 2 is Resolution 25-217, proposed charter amendment on the computation of time. That's great. -10, parent 5. Then third is Resolution 26-85, proposed charter amendment to remove the English translation of the Hawaii state motto from the preamble. That's great, -10, parent 8. Number 4, Resolution 26-95, proposed charter amendment to allow reappointment of members to the Board of Ethics for one successive term. That's great, -10-15. Resolution 2693, proposed charter amendment to simplify the appointment process for boards and commissions and dissolve the independent nomination board. That's great, -10, parent 13. Number 6 is Resolution 26-88, proposed charter amendment on appropriations, emergency appropriations. That's great, -10, parent 11. And then number 7 is Resolution 26-89, proposed charter amendment on the transfer of appropriations, great, -10, parent 12.
Thank you. Okay, so are there any ones that there's an appetite, or I guess, maybe I should put it this way. Are there any that we feel very strongly on? Member Rollins Fernandez had previously given a priority ranking of her top 5. Does everybody kind of have in their head the ones that they feel very strongly about, or do they have in their head ones that they don't feel very strongly about that we could either, I guess I'm just trying to get a sense of priority and what can we easily whittle down, or what do we really need to make sure we keep? I guess how do you guys want to do the prioritization is the more general question. Member Johnson, I see your hand up. Do you have a recommendation on how to proceed?
Well, Chair, first off, they're all great, all right? But everybody wins. However, if you really were to box me in, and because I would like this to go down a little bit, to be honest with you, I'm just being clear, and I don't want to dismiss any hard work we did, but that transfer of appropriations from like the A account to B account, I think that would be maybe the one I would be willing to give up, even though they're all great, but that would be the one, because 2687 is, I was trying to write as fast, 89, thank you.
2689.
Thank you.
That's on the transfer of appropriations.
That would be the only one, but all the rest are wonderful, including this one, just not as wonderful.
Thank you, Member Johnson. Anybody else have, I guess if we're going that route, are there any other ones that people are willing to put forth for taking off the list? Yes, Member Rollins Fernandez.
217, computation of time.
217, computation of time. Okay.
Does that include the newspaper part?
That was 215, I think.
Oh, 215.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was about to go into deliberations on them, but I would rather hear from the members, the ones that we think are worth bringing back up. The ones that we are willing to put on the table for taking off the list.
Oh, off the list.
Right, so because remember, I guess Yeah, Member Johnson said if we had to pick one to remove from the list, his would be on the transfer of appropriations. Member Rollins Fernandez said that if she had to take off one, it would be on the computation of time. Let's continue this line of thinking. Are there any others that we can identify that
I
are
could do
worth-
away with both.
Okay, but rather than going into the merits of them, are there any others that we want to put onto the list of consideration for removal? For me, it would be the one with the Hawaiian language
85.
translation. Yeah. And for me, without going in, so that would be it for me. I can't figure out what the number is.
2685.
26, I'm sorry?
85.
2685. Are there any others that we think are worth discussing? Oh, I'm sorry, Chair. I didn't even look up. You were probably trying to get my attention for quite a while. Chair
No,
Lee.
that's okay. No, I was surprised you brought that one up. But I wasn't here, I wasn't present for the explanation by Member Rollins Fernandez. Could you give me the truncated version?
Oh, that's
The
not
short
where we are
version?
in the process right now, Chair.
No, because
Yeah.
Otherwise, I might
We're-
agree
we're-
with him.
I'm following
Otherwise,
the
I might
chair's
agree with him.
process, and
I
that's,
guess-
what would you cut from the list?
Yeah, so we currently have eight total, with one potential addition since there was discharged resolution without our recommendation for or against.
Chair, I was thinking of agreeing with you
Thank you,
on
Chair.
that item, but I wasn't here, present for that discussion, that's why. That's all. But I'll go with you.
Thank you, Chair. So
On that.
I guess the three before us then are 2685, 2689, and 26217. It doesn't sound like there's appetite to add any more for consideration. Since Chair Lee had asked about 89, let's start there. Member Rollins Fernandez, can you explain why you brought this forth? I think that captures the question that Chair Lee had posed.
Sure. Okay, so the charter has the motto Ua mau ke'ea o ka aina i ka pono, which was first uttered by King Kamehameha III. And he spoke Hawaiian fluently, so he didn't say the English version, and the English version doesn't encapsulate the fullness of the statement because English is incapable of capturing the fullness of Olelo Hawaii. And by striking the English version, it doesn't pigeonhole it to one translation. It allows it to mean all the things it's supposed to mean. Mahalo, Chair. And our electorate did have it was a pretty clear majority that it wanted us to promote Olelo Hawaii. And this helps to promote Olelo Hawaii as a bilingual county without having to have the English version of that.
Thank you, Member Rollins Fernandez. And I guess for Chair, since you were surprised that I brought that up, I'll share my thoughts as to why. I actually think that having the English translation can help people to better understand Olelo Hawaii. Because if you leave them no way to figure out how to translate, I don't see a path towards growth. I also think that because the translation stated in our preamble is enshrined in HRS, it's an easy one to adopt. And I feel like if we have too many proposals before the electorate, that this is one of the ones that's less substantive. I don't know, I guess, I hear what Member Rollins Fernandez is saying in that, it doesn't, the English translation doesn't capture the fullness of the Olelo Hawaii. But I guess where I disagreed was that having the translation there is an avenue to help people learn rather than preventing them from doing so.
Agree.
And Chair, I mean, who's reading our charter that is trying to learn Olelo Hawaii? I don't know. I don't know the people that you know that are trying to learn Olelo Hawaii by reading our. Oh, true. Okay, good point. Member Bolton made a very good point. And just because the statute wants to translate it one way doesn't mean we have to follow. We, again, have been making the most strides in not in promoting Olelo Hawaii, in not misleading folks who are trying to learn Olelo Hawaii by cutting them off at the knees and saying this is all that it means. Because then if there isn't an English translation, then there isn't a direction that we're telling folks like this is all it means. And if it's only Olelo Hawaii, then maybe if they're that interested in learning, they'll go look it up. And maybe when they look it up, they'll learn the fullness of the words. And maybe when they look it all up, they'll learn the history. And it'll mean something even more if you're trying to educate folks. So if education is the point, then I think there would be more education in folks not knowing what the English translation is and actually looking it up. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you,
I have
Member
a question.
Rollins. Chair Lee.
I think that translation is extremely beautiful and moving. But are you saying that it's inaccurate, Member Rollins
Yes.
Fernandez?
It's just one potential translation. But if you knew the
you have a
history,
better
and
one?
I'm happy to share the history with you on another day when
just
we have
like-
more time.
Yeah.
Member Cook.
I would be willing to eliminate this one, and as far as like the process that was dual language, and no disrespect, I understand the intent. I don't know how, I hear the intent is a little overly deep for the masses, and I think having it in bilingual is appropriate. So I'm just saying, if as far as minimizing the amount of charter amendments and if simplifying it, this is one that I would agree, take off.
Member Senensi.
Thank you, Chair. I was kind of the same mindset as Member Johnson. I thought they were all important, but for me, it would be, okay, would all of these fit on just one page, or it would require 2 or 3 pages? Then that's where I do the cutoff. But for this particular one, like Member Rollins Fernandez, it's dear to my heart. I guess our Kanaka Maoli have always felt like they were kind of left out maybe in the whole political process. And this year I am seeing more Moho'aina candidates, including some of ourselves that are on the ballot. So having us, promote Olelo Hawaii within the schools at the very young ages, I'm hoping that we could bring out more participation. We always wanted our local people to participate in the process. And so for, even if it's just something like this, I feel that some of those marginalized people that never felt like their vote counted maybe this could help for them to come out and participate, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Senenzi. I'm being reminded that we don't actually have a motion on the floor to this for this one. But since I have not required that of anybody else, I don't want to disenfranchise Member Johnson. You raised your hand to speak. Would you like to do so?
Okay, no worries about disenfranchising me, but I'm here. So I appreciate this proposal, and I thank Councilmember for bringing it up. My undergrad is in English. I did a graduate school work in linguistics. Language is alive, and language dies when it's not being used. So we have to look at sincere, real uses of language. And I'm not a Hawaiian on this council. I'm blessed to be on a council of majority Hawaiians. So I support actually making the language a used language, a living language. Putting it in our charter shows a commitment, and that's why I support that. You know, as a language teacher, when I was living in Japan, one of the things I would love to do is bring out what they call realia, right? That was the term. Real ingredients written in English, teaching people how we use our language by reusing the real ingredients on a ketchup bottle or whatever. Just having this on our charter is real, and it's language in use. And I think that is, if you're a teacher of Olelo, you could pull that up and say, this is in our charter, and we're going to learn about it. And I think that's a teachable moment, and I would support that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Johnson. Okay, so I'm not super clear on where the body stands on this particular one. Is it worth calling for a question, or should we move on to another one? Okay, let's check them off. Am I able to make a motion? Okay, since I don't want to put a non-Hawaiian in the position of having to eliminate this one, I will, and I was the one who first recommended it. I move to file at this point?
This would be a reconsideration because you voted to pass.
Okay, so I move to reconsider Resolution 2685.
Chair, you weren't here, right?
I cannot do that.
Chair, you weren't here.
That's true.
Got to be on part of the prevailing team.
All right, well, I guess.
I don't think I was here too, because I don't remember this discussion.
In my note, that's what my note said. All right, well, I guess I don't see anybody moving.
Excuse me, well, was I? Does anybody have the attendance for that time?
All right, well.
Because that's why I asked Member Rollins Fernandez for the explanation.
Okay, I don't see an appetite for reconsideration on this particular measure then. Okay, next up is I'll go in numerical order, 89, which was the Resolution 2689, proposed charter amendment on the transfer of appropriations. Member Johnson, you were the one who said that you'd be willing to cut this. Would you like to make a motion to that effect so that we can have something on the floor before discussing? And so if you don't, I can do it on your behalf this time. I was here for this one.
Yeah, me too.
I'm pretty sure I was.
I don't even know at this point.
I don't think I would vote against this. But, go ahead, Tom, or Councilmember Cook, go for it. So moved.
So we have a motion to reconsider from Member Cook, seconded by Chair Lee. This one is Resolution 2689 on the proposed charter amendment to transfer appropriations.
Oh, I'll second because Chair Lee didn't vote on the
for
prevailing
this one?
side.
Okay, so we have a motion by Member Cook, a second by Member Uuhajan. Oh, okay, then we can still be Chair Lee. All right, any discussion on the matter? Oh, yes, Chair Lee and I were very vocal about, not this one. Sorry, it's coming back to me now. Well, I was also up with an infant between like 3 and 4:30 this morning.
Okay, well, if it's not going anywhere,
Well, we
Take the
have a
vote and
motion
let's
on
go.
the floor. Any discussion on the matter? Okay, I'll call. Do I need to call a roll call?
yeah.
This is for reconsideration, Chair Lee. Okay, so all in favor of reconsidering Resolution 2689, please raise your hand and say aye.
Chair, that's 9 ayes, 0 noes, motion passes.
Okay, any discussion on the matter before us now? Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. So for this one, I am happy to support the majority in trimming the number, because that's what we said we would do. I would like to, okay, so I think the motion is to pass it on first reading. That's where we're at after the reconsideration vote passed. So, but I would like to just have it discharge in case anyone changes their mind. I'll vote with you folks. But we should
I hope
discharge
you
it.
saw Chair Lee's head fall.
Just in case.
Motion of
I don't want to
discharge.
deprive us of the opportunity to pass it in case we change our mind. I'm just saying.
Yeah, we're trying not to overwhelm the electorate and our committee, our council meeting. We could have. I didn't see anybody else raising their hand to share what their top fives were. The only 3 that I heard people willing to put forth for reconsideration were these. All right, so we are reconsidering this. Is there a motion to discharge?
I move to amend the main motion to discharge.
All right. Is there a second for discharge? Member Cook. I love the enthusiasm. All right.
Roll call.
Yeah, personally, I would prefer to file the ones that we're going to be taking off the list rather than prolonging. Yes, Member Rollins Fernandez?
Mahalo, Chair. So if we are going to recommend filing instead of
That would be my preference.
deferring, then it would go to the council anyway.
Anyway.
And then if we change our mind, we can do
Oh,
it then,
okay.
right? Is that correct? Is that correct procedure? Right? If the recommendation is to file, we get to full council, we change our mind, or we don't want to take up the recommendation of the committee, and we want to change the recommendation to pass instead of file, we could do that at full council on first reading.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Only if I turned on your mic.
Yeah, I think that's correct.
All right, so the motion before us is discharge. I guess I would
I can,
agree
Chair, I can-
with Chair Lee and ask for a roll call, because my preference
I'll
would be.
withdraw my motion.
Oh, okay. You
And
withdraw the motion and the second, and I would like to recommend filing. So moved by Member Cook. Can I get a second? Seconded by Member Sugimura
and that's a motion to amend the main motion
to file.
to file. So we just got to take 2 votes, yeah.
Really? Okay, we already voted to reconsider. Now we're moving to amend to have it to file. Then I guess Member Rollins Fernandez is telling me that that will require 2 votes, one on the amendment and then one back when we get to the main motion. Any discussion on the amendment? All in favor of the amendment to change it to file, please raise your hand. Is that 8 or 9, Member Senensi? No, his mouth is moving.
Oh, there's his hand, there's his hand.
Okay, that'll be 9 ayes, 0 noes, motion passes.
So the main motion, as amended, is to recommend filing this resolution 2689. Any further discussion? Oh, you're voting already. Okay, so all in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. All
Aye.
opposed, nay.
9 ayes, 0 noes, motion passes.
Thank you, members. Okay, so then that takes us to 217. Can I ask who asked for this one to be listed?
Oh, is that me?
It might have
Move
been
to
you.
file. Oh, I'm sorry. I move for reconsideration. That's the time.
Okay, moved by Member Rollins Fernandez, seconded by Member Paulton. Any discussion on the motion to reconsider? Okay, all in favor, please raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Chair, that's 9 ayes, 0 noes, motion passes.
Thank you. Okay, Member Rollins Fernandez.
I move to file. I move to amend the motion to file Resolution 25-217, computation of time.
Okay, thank you. Seconded by Member Cook. So the motion, the amendment before us is to file Resolution 25-217. Any discussion? I don't see any from the body. I actually do want to keep this one on the list. I would have been more open had we not just had a debate with the administration on when the deadline was for a response to a committee letter. We just had this conversation on Tuesday where there was reasonable minds disagreed on what the deadline should be. I put in the letter a date. I kind of thought it was assumed that before the end of the workday, the deadline would be the end of the workday. Administration took a different interpretation. And I think because of that, it is better to have more clarity on what the deadline should be. I know this isn't one that garners a whole lot of public interest, but I do think it is helpful in the legislative process where there's no ambiguity as to what the deadline should be, given that we just had reasonable minds disagree on that matter. So I would be asking for a roll call. Chair Lee.
Can you remind me who proposed that amendment?
You on behalf of the clerks.
On the clerks, yeah. So I'm going to go with your position.
Member Paulton.
My one on the ballot is also about how we count. So I'm going to be supporting counting correctly. It's not in the clerk's one, it's in the planning department.
Yeah. Okay. So it sounds like we're going to need a roll call on this particular one. So the motion before us is to file Resolution 25-217. Any further discussion? Otherwise, I'm going to call for the question. This is to file Resolution 25-217 related to the computation of time.
So then if you want to keep computation of time, you vote no.
Correct. Okay. Staff.
Proceeding with the roll call vote. Councilmember Cook.
Aye.
Councilmember Johnson.
Yes.
Council Chair Alice Lee.
No?
Councilmember Paulton.
No.
Councilmember Rollins Fernandez.
Aye.
Councilmember Sinensi.
Aye.
Councilmember Sugimura.
No.
Committee Vice Chair U'uhajins.
No.
And Committee Chair Batongan.
No.
Okay, Chair, that's 4 ayes, 5 noes, motion fails.
Okay. So staff, can you remind us what we have total now? Since those are the only three proposals that.
It's 5-4 the other way, huh? 1, 2, 3, 4. No.
Oh, is that what you were about to say? The same thing as.
I thought my motion failed. And so therefore, we're going to recommend passage, but we have to take the vote on that first. We have to close it up.
I see. So we moved to reconsider. There was a motion to amend that just failed. So we're back to the main motion of passage, correct? Okay. So Okay. Do we need a roll call? Does anybody else need a roll call? So we're back to the main motion to recommend passage on first reading.
Are we back to the main motion? Yes. Okay. If you say so.
That's kind of where I'm at too. But I guess all in favor of the main motion, which is to recommend passage of Resolution 25-217, please raise your hand and say aye.
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 That's 9 ayes, 0 noes, motion passes.
Okay. So, staff, can you remind us where we're at? How many are we recommending passage for? So out of committee today, we'll be recommending passage of 7, plus the one that had already been approved is 8, with Member Paulton. That will take us to 8.
Chair, then we also have one that's kind of undetermined.
Correct.
That we discharged, Reso 61.
Yep. I
Sorry.
think.
Chair, if staff can confirm, this is what we have for the resos that have passed, recommended passage out of committee is Reso 25-216, the proposed amendment on the standardizing deadlines, Resolution 2685 for the state motto and the preamble, Number 3, proposed charter amendment to allow reappointment of members to the Board of Ethics. Number 4, Reso 2693, to simplify the appointment process for boards and commissions and dissolve the INB. Number 5, Resolution 2688, proposed charter amendment on emergency appropriations. And 6, Reso 25-217, proposed charter amendment on the computation of time.
All right, members. So that is where we're at. Is there appetite for further action in today's meeting? Member Paulton.
Just asking a clarification. So this isn't going to be voted on tomorrow. Oh, okay.
No, because the committee report needs to be generated and then it'll go to the full council following tomorrow.
Most likely on the July 7th
There you go.
agenda.
Oh, okay. I thought we were going to do this on a hold tomorrow or something.
No, tomorrow's agenda's already been posted. And it's also pretty full. Okay. So if there's nothing else from the members, I think that might conclude our business today. We've gone through all of the remaining, we've gone through every proposal at least once. We then considered the ones, or reconsidered the ones that we felt very strongly needed to be added to the list. We whittled down that list to what we think is more digestible. I think there might be debate as to whether or not we did enough on that particular measure, but we can't, I don't see anybody raising their hand to cut more. And there is one resolution that was discharged without a recommendation. Before we adjourn, is there any homework that we want to ask of staff or resources related to that proposal that does not have a recommendation before we consider it at the full council?
Are you going to draft a letter to finance?
We can. Can you remind me what we need to ask them?
If they foresee any great obstacles with accepting claims and risk management to accept the claims, and how long that would take if they don't see any obstacles.
Yep. So, staff, did you get that? Can we draft a letter to finance to that effect? Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I know it's important to ask finance, but I'd also like to recommend if we ask the managing director's office, because they might have a suggestion on where to put it, because they're in charge of all those folks.
The managing director was texting me, and he tried to do that in 2018, and then he circled the 43 and whatever that they told us when I asked the question. That was the extent, but we can ask him your question if he thinks somewhere else it was good, but he literally texted me.
He said finance?
No.
Oh, he said clerk?
He said why finance? And then I told him
Okay.
whatever, and then he's like, oh, got it. And then he screenshotted me a picture of the 2018 election and circling Maui claims, yes, 38.8, and no, 43.3. And he said when he was the clerk, that was his recommendation, and it didn't pass. And I guess he doesn't seem to think it has a great chance of passing again. I did hear like maybe 100 more or double the claims, but I don't know, 100 more people are gonna make that much of a difference when it was 21,941 to 19,629.
But that was to Corp Council, not to Finance? Or it was to Finance?
It was to Corp Council, and there were 9,045 blank votes, 13 other votes. So 38.8% said yes, 43.3% said no, and 17.9% didn't really care enough to say anything. So that's what my text conversation was with him.
Well, thanks for sharing it. I just would hope, or I was hoping maybe they could get an idea, like they're the managing director's office. Maybe we want to find that round peg, round hole kind of scenario.
I don't object to asking them, but they said, okay. Said, was the 2018 election? And then I said, we had the fires, and he said, okay.
Okay. So I guess it doesn't hurt to ask. Member Johnson, we can write a letter to the manager director
Okay.
to see if they have
Just trying to work with everybody.
a different
But this might be, I don't know.
receptacle.
Yeah, it does sound like a hot potato. All right, thank you so much.
Member Sugimura.
Yeah, so I think the conversation question is there going to be an education process so that, this whole question comes out, good, bad, and, how much is it going to cost, for different things? And is there going to be more comprehensive
The
education?
cost estimate, I don't know, but I do believe that there will be voter education efforts on the proposals. Staff did put together an analysis in Granicus that succinctly says what each resolution does, when it goes into effect, why it's needed, and then like what happens if the proposal does or does not pass. I imagine, either the committee or individual council members would be able to take that and share it with their constituents. Maybe the clerks would be able to, do some outreach as well.
Good.
I see them conferring. I don't know if they have anything that they'd like to add to this conversation.
Thank you, Chair. We wanted to let everyone know that there is a digital voter guide that was not in place in 2018. And so, yes, we will absolutely do our part to educate the voters and provide information through all of the means that we have available. And so we're hoping that it was a not understanding of, of the importance of that amendment back in 2018, but we will fix that. And just as a plug, we strongly believe that claims should be in Corp Council. It makes the most sense, but as an alternative finance.
And we'll sign waive.
Member Rollins Fernandez.
Okay, mahalo, Chair. Okay, so section 3-9.2, you brought up the county auditor. Subsection or section 5, the county auditor shall assess the fiscal impact of any proposed amendment to the charter within 60 days prior to the general election and make such assessment available to the public. Was that the section that you were talking about? That would be triggered for all of these?
I don't even know at this point.
Okay, well, that's what would need to happen because that's what the charter says would have to happen 60 days prior to the
I
general
don't
election.
even know what you were referring to when I said earlier.
You said something about the auditor?
Did I? Okay.
Maybe. So just reminding everyone.
I thought we were just having last comments and I was doing, or just making sure that there was no business we needed to wrap up before I adjourned the meeting. I don't even remember talking about the auditors.
Chair, can I make sure that my top 5 went through? I just want to make sure. Emergency appropriations.
Before you
repealing-
read that out, I want to make sure staff has up that list of what we are recommending passage on. Member Rollins Fernandez just wants to make sure that her top 5 are all going through.
You want the numbers of the reso or the subject matter?
Either way.
Okay. Emergency appropriation, INB, claims, Board of Ethics, motto.
Yes.
I think the only one that is not being recommended on first passage is claims, because that one is discharged without a recommendation.
Correct.
Okay. All right.
Hello.
Any further business, or can we conclude our meeting today? All right. Where is my notes on adjournment? Okay. This concludes the Government Relations, Ethics, and Transparency Committee meeting. Thank you very much, members. The time is now 4:14 p.m. This great committee meeting is adjourned.